for March 3rd, 2023 to order. And our first item of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance. Stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we need to set our agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make
We
a
could actually
motion
move our tables back just a little bit.
Yeah.
that we set the agenda for March 3rd, County Commission agenda.
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, agenda will be set as presented. All right, our first item of business is we're going into a new year, even though we're 2 months into it. We as a commission need to decide on a chairman for 2023. So I guess we open that up to whatever the decision is.
As discussed previously, I think it's probably time for Commissioner Weston to have a turn. He's been here, has seniority and quite a bit more experience. And so I'd make a motion that we have Commissioner Weston as our new chairman for 2023.
Okay. Do you have any comments about that, Mr. Weston?
I'd do that. I'd second the motion with the two leads of our senior commissioner.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to appoint Commissioner Sim Weston to chair for the 2023 year. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. All right. With that, I'll turn the meeting over to Commissioner Weston. So, Commissioner Weston, conduct the meeting.
Great. Alrighty. Shawn Milne from Bragg, come on up.
Here to this chair right here.
Yeah, you can slide the table if you want.
Well, for the purposes of the meeting, Shawn Milne, Intergovernmental Affairs and Economic Development for Bear River Association of Governments, or BRAG. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for having me here today. In my understanding of being here to just make a quick introduction for the benefit of your citizens and to have a quick casual discussion, maybe to follow up with greater detail in the future, it's about to review what economic goals you may have for Rich County and your member communities. I have some real quick initial off-the-cuff kind of observations from years of doing this kind of work for other counties and other places, but expect a lot of those to be modified as I actually learn what your communities are looking for or not about economic development and what your goals may be for the future. So really I'm here to serve at your will and pleasure in any kind of capacity that you see fit. With that, I kind of turn the time over to any questions you might have or coaching or direction that you'd give me on how you'd like me to proceed with the new relationship. Perhaps even before I do that, just for the benefit of those that watch the recording or listen to it later, or those that are also in the room. As you know, since you're each a governing board member of the Bear River Association of Governments, a decision was made last fall by the 3 member counties, Box Elder, Cache, and Rich, to move the position that I had previously had for one of those counties over to Bragg to serve in a collective kind of economies of scale where the previous county was not paying 100% for those services, and to be able to look at things from a regional perspective. So you guys, of course, make an appropriation from your budget to Bear River Association of Government for these services. And that gives some kind of primer explanation as to why I'm in this role and why I'm here before you and looking forward to doing the work. So I'll call previous question on my own question earlier. That is, what kind of coaching or advice or questions might you have for me?
Well, I guess one of the things, Shawn, in my mind, as we move through the process, as opportunities come up, both on a state level and maybe as a federal level, that we might that might benefit our county, that you keep us apprised of those, whether it's funding or whether it's and probably the biggest thing is funding, but maybe other economic development opportunities that the state is promoting, or literally on a federal level as well, that maybe something that we want to, maybe it's planning, maybe it's an overview of what we have and we don't have, those type of things, and funding and plans and opportunities that we might want to jump on board with. So I think as a commission, we would like to see that, keep us apprised of those opportunities. I'm sure it will apply to all three counties, but maybe we're all unique in a lot of different ways, particularly with our recreation area and the growing part over there, and our agricultural part of it here, and some opportunities to maybe grow in the agricultural issue. Who knows? But I think from a commissioner standpoint, that's what I would like to see from you, I guess, as things progress along.
Okay, thank you. Great. I really appreciate that.
So just continuing to protect like Bill said, agriculture is huge for a lot of the residents that actually live here. Next to that you have the tourism, and so far this year we're down 24%, at least on the revenue that we're collecting in transit room tax.
Now, when you say this year, can you define if that's calendar year that the county's?
No, not calendar year, so just the January, February
Okay.
deposits.
Okay.
And they were trending down at the end of last year as well. And we've had, above average years because of coronavirus and people discovering the valley, but continuing to foster, we get a lot of complaints about visitors, but we need them to sustain the economy. So anything that we can do as far as economic development to continue to help, like the Visitors Bureau, be effective, that's important. But I especially like what Commissioner Cox said about agriculture. Maybe there's potential new stuff coming out for these young ranchers to help them get into it, because that's a huge barrier of entry, just getting, starting a ranch. A lot of them have to rely on family, so it's hard to do that without having family involved. But there are a lot of people who want to do it from scratch. So I don't know what the answer is. But you mentioned you had some off the cuff observations about Rich County. Do you want to share those?
Yeah, just really broad and very general. I'm happy to get into specifics if you'd like, and I'm happy to follow up in another subsequent meeting if you'd like. I could produce a slide deck, handouts, whatever kind of level of detail. Just help me manage your expectations, because I know that the different bodies I work for kind of have different expectations of, that differ. Like you say, you're each different. So obviously Garden City is very tourism centric. I'm sensitive to the fact that what it looks like, what it feels like from Cache Valley and Box Elder, is that to some degree that is this northern Utah's version of Park City Deer Valley 30 years ago, right? It's been found, you guys know that better than I do, and you have a really big surge, which is problematic, just like Moab. Moab went from a very different kind of economy, as had Park City Deer Valley, into what they are today. Moab is rather annoyed by the success that they have. Now, they have some unique situation that you don't necessarily benefit from with national parks and the National Park Service and the Utah Office of Tourism, or UOT, doing a lot of marketing that they get the benefit of. But they also feel now, after many years of that success, roughly 7,000 full-time residents and well over 5 million annual visitors. There's a lot of challenges that go along with that. They've put a moratorium at a couple of different times on new kind of construction and specifically the lodging industry. They are challenged in how to use their TRT, since you mentioned that particular tax form. The transient room tax, again, for those that might listen to the recording later, is otherwise known as a bed tax, and it's the gold standard. There's two taxes that are your tourism taxes. There's restaurants, but your locals will also pay that, right? But there aren't too many locals that usually stay in local hotels. So it's kind of the gold standard for two reasons. One, it's not seen as raising taxes on your local citizens, but you're also, even if they were both the percentage rate, there's a big difference between a $40 restaurant ticket and a $150 hotel ticket, even if they were both at 5%. So you're going to get quantifiably more money from the bed tax. Well, they have certain restrictions on how you can spend those funds too. And so Moab has worked with some efforts to change state law to maybe redirect some of those funds, together with you and Garden City's leaders in the Chamber of Commerce. You know, I'd like to get a better pulse of the nuances. If I've learned anything as a recovering politician myself, nuances are everything in politics, right? So I may have this observation that you've asked me for, Commissioner, and I appreciate that you have, but I also hope you'll appreciate that I understand fully that within even a year's time, my perception, even though I've operated in this space for a long time, may get modified when I have those really nuanced discussions with Mayor Mike or Tammy or others like Mitch Poulsen, who I hope that, you know, I can sit down with your consent and with your advice and understand what they already know. I'm not here to reinvent the wheel, but I am here to be your tool. I am here to, you know, be your proxy for meetings when you feel appropriate, or to take the condensed direction you give me and have conversations with Mr. Poulsen or Tammy or anyone else, and, you know, the mayor of Laketown. Coming right off the heels of that, Commissioner Lee, I perceive that it will not be in, you know, the next maybe year, but it would definitely be for 20 years. I think you're going to see Laketown have a lot of pressure that it probably is right now isolated from a bit, if not only because of the distance. I think the east side of the lake will face, how do I put this? I think it will likely experience growth very, very differently, if at all, just because of the slope, right? And the width of the road and what you've got between the shoreline and what's buildable versus isn't. If we were in California, that whole hillside would be developed, no problem, right? Because it would be advantageous, and they have a different paradigm towards building on slopes. But what works for what works for Garden City may not be what Laketown wants. And Laketown is in a unique situation that if they want to be proactive about it, now's the time to give that thought, right? Because they can look at their sister city just around the lake and say, here's what we like about what we've seen transpire just a short distance away. Here's what we don't like. And so build a plan, municipally speaking, about what they'd like to see evolve. If some of it comes to fruition because they use me, Mitch, or someone else to help advance those proactively, that can be very different to them just at least having a plan that they can be reactive to if and when it comes. And if they don't want it, then it's just as important to plan accordingly. So I say all of that then to get back to the rest of the county. As we've spoken about and you've noted, Commissioners, agriculture is far more dominant and more important. And Randolph and Woodruff probably don't care to have the same kind of growth or spillover. So if, again, those towns and cities feel that way, then my job is partly, as Commissioner Cox noted, planning is just as much to economic development as recruitment might be, right? So I appreciate what Commissioner Cox noted about EDA grants or state grants. You guys already know, so again, for the benefit of those listening to a recording, part of the money that you're attributing to Bear River Association of Governments to pay for my position and the work of others like Brian Carver is through your Rural Opportunity Grant that comes from the state. It doesn't have anything to do with the feds. It's a direct appropriation that the state makes. And so all three counties in Bragg get the benefit of that funding. And, you know, if you have a grant program, I'm here to help. If you already have someone taking that on, I can be a sounding board for them, or I can take whatever direction you'd like. If you feel that you want to go a different direction or you don't have that, then I'm happy to tell you what others are doing and see if, you know, that's just mud at a wall in an idea session as to how you'd like to spend those limited monies. It could even be your own version of what Moab asked the state this year to do with their tourism taxes. We feel like we're really over-touristed, and we would like to diversify our economy. And so we would like to be able to take a portion of those tourism dollars that other counties are still, limited in how they can spend them, in order to build up or ferret out where there might be some additional successes with economic development, kind of diversify the local economy. And so they've used that for a little bit of time, and they've asked the state even during this session that all 4 of us know ends today, thankfully. It's been a long 6 weeks. But again, I'm happy to take whatever direction. Mr. Chairman, any thoughts or questions on your part?
No, I would echo what these two commissioners have mentioned, and especially Bill when mentioning that keeping an eye on things in the state and grants and stuff that may benefit us. And I realize you coming from Tooele, it had a lot of people and it had agriculture. So you know what we're dealing with ag on the south end here and the tourism on the north end of the county. So hopefully you can see our needs personally and you have the knowledge to gather up that money or those grants and bring them to us.
It's definitely my hope. You're right. Tooele, in the time that I was there in different capacities, had really changed quite a bit. It had been a sleepier, previous to me, mining had come and gone. That has a lot more to do with the federal perspective on mining and different environmental factors, what have you. But the military is still fairly strong. And, what was once the economy that helped pay for the public school system and paid for public safety and paid for roads had shifted, and that was a real shock to the system. We saw with the realignment of Tooele Army Depot, 3,500 daily jobs left, right? It's pretty painful. And some of that was the state saying that they didn't want certain industries that were very successful and still ongoing in the West Desert to persist, because for different social or environmental reasons, they just told us that they really prefer not seeing those amplified. So we had to shift, and we chose tourism because it was proximate to 2 million people from Ogden to Provo. And it was hard. 76% of the adult age workforce commuted into Salt Lake area every day for work, which meant they went and made some other place profitable, right? They'd make that commercially zoned property, whether a strip mall that they worked at a retail fashion, whether it's downtown Salt Lake in a high rise, they made that property more expensive, and they made that profitable for the municipality through increased property tax revenue. And then they would shop at lunch or shop on their way home, but in Salt Lake County or Davis County, wherever they were coming from, and then want from the local community certain amenities we didn't have the money stream to pay for, right? So I know you get this. Again, I say this just for folks that might be listening in or watch some feed later, because shopping locally and supporting your local businesses is really important. And sometimes in rural communities, that's probably the best thing that you can do to the extent that you can. We all know that you got to shop somewhere else. Likewise, for the last 2 years, Chairman, getting to understand cash, we similarly have a challenge with agriculture. It's huge. It's a big, big deal. To some degree, also in Box Elder County. But with population growth, and it's not just the move-ins, to give some perspective, Cache County, the last 10 years, 86% of its growth were locals. And of the remaining 14%, an interesting data point is, of the remaining 14% that weren't just locals expanding through their kids and grandkids, roughly 20% of that are folks that are moving there who were raised there, just simply moving back after an extended period of time away. So, what happens when you gobble up your fields for the next housing development, which I'm not inherently against, I'm just using a narrative that we oftentimes hear. And at the same time, this year's been kind of rough on agriculture, right? There's been a lot of politicians talk about water, talk about how it's 2% of the GDP, but uses 70% of the water. And I know here in northern Utah, we're pretty protective about Bear River Basin and what that means. So I'll definitely keep an eye on that for you. Definitely be your proxy to make sure that we can make sure to educate those politicians that think that that's inherently bad, when obviously it's what pays for our kids put food on our tables and stuff like that, so you bet. So,
Okay.
any other direction or thoughts?
Appreciate you.
If not, I just appreciate your time, and I'll ask a favor of you to reach out to some local leaders. I'd love to have kind of a handoff so that they know who I am and why I'm asking if I can meet with them to better understand their communities and what their town council might want, if that'd be okay with you.
Yeah.
Be awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. If
Appreciate
nothing
you
else,
coming over,
yeah, you're welcome. I'll hang out until the end.
coming.
All the way through that canyon this morning, yeah. Yeah, not too, looks very different right here. It looks very beautiful, but the canyon was a little less than,
Was it snowy?
yeah, very. Yeah, you were following ruts, and occasionally you'd see you know, we're over the median or whatever.
Oh, yeah. It was dry and dusty yesterday, so
Oh,
must came last night.
it was still falling as I was driving through. Anyway, thanks, commissioners, I
Good.
appreciate it.
Thank you, thanks for being here. Next item on the agenda, our assessor, Kim Wilson, was here a month ago and proposed a couple of refunds, property tax refunds, and it was well discussed, but wasn't on the agenda, so we need to take action on that item today.
Yeah, so it looks like,
Or have more discussion on it.
just to sum it up, looks like the Water's Edge needed some refunds of about $1,200–1,300 a year for the past 4 years. The total was $5,445.16 that they needed refunded. And then the Ellingford in Woodruff had a total refund of $297.36, and we did discuss it. So I mean, unless there's more discussion, I would make a motion that we just accept these property tax refunds. We issue those refunds as per our assessor's recommendation.
I'd second the motion.
Okay. Got a motion to refund the Water's Edge properties. Looks like, it's what, 5,000 what? I have it here. a minute.
$5,445.16.
16 cents,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
And is that just the one motion?
yeah, he actually included both of them, so, and then Ellingford of $297.36.
Okay. Got that motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. LouJean, shall I grab her? She's next on the agenda.
Yeah, I'll sit down. Younger.
Yeah, lots younger than me.
Are you guys on the agenda later, or are you just hanging out?
Just
Thank-
listening. Maybe in the future.
Yeah.
No.
Never know.
Thanks for filling that out, that's just up for the record.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you.
Mark it.
Hey,
Hey,
state your name and
LouJean Argyle, Rich County Treasurer. I'm here regarding the property that is on our tax sale, Crawford Mountain Properties. that is a mining claim. I did contact Ben, and he sent a letter or an email back to me just saying you might as well just sell it because it should have been sold last year. And I've talked to several other county treasurers, and they sell mining claims all the time on their tax sale.
So we're selling the right to,
The mining claim, yeah. So I don't know what other information you need. I think Kaya was gonna kinda look up the mining claims, but she's gone today.
well, did we find out where it was last month?
Yes, it's, in your packet, there's some maps.
So do we know where the actual claim is on the maps?
Let's see, so, LouJean, this is that map you showed me. You can kind of see it highlighted on the far, on sections 25, 26, 33, and 36. It's sections 25 and 36.
So like 1,200 acres?
This is where the mining claims are?
I haven't looked at it, so I didn't remember.
This is where, if you remember, you actually told me where they were.
Oh, that's right. In those. I think it actually shows you better on here. And which sections did you say?
25 and 2036.
Yeah, 25 and 26.
And that's just an expanded view of those? Okay,
Mhm.
so like
Well,
1,200.
those aren't on that one. They're
You
on
had,
this
on
one.
that small one, you had marked 5, 17, 10.
Looks like it's down
I have 5, 8, 17, 20,
close to half.
32. It's a lot of acreage.
And to the.
I mean,
to
it
the
had,
BLM, right?
I'd have to pull up the deed on it. It had quite a few names of different mining claims that are involved in just this one mining claim.
Yeah, 5, 8, 17, 20, 32.
And then 25 and 36. So, well,
Yeah, 25 and 36.
7.
So what are we selling? Are we selling all the claims?
Well, cause they're all into that one number, that 50 number. If you pull up, I don't have the deed, did Kaya give you the deed or anything? If you pull up that number on the tax roll, it gives you the names of all those pieces and where they're at, but it's all combined into that Crawford Mountain Properties, that 50 parcel number. I can bring you a copy of,
And so the claims are actually on BLM, or are they on state ground?
I
like
think they're
both.
both.
According to the paper, both.
Well,
Do we need what action do we need?
well, the action needs to probably be that they stay on the crop, or on the tax sale for May, and we sell them. So we better get them identified as to exactly where they actually are.
Yeah, I think people are gonna call and ask. So you may just wanna have on hand what,
Yeah, they called Kaya last year when they were on there, and then we pulled it. And she had it all pinpointed for everybody, but I
Yeah.
can go,
if she just has that, cause you're gonna get questions, but 4,200 acres of mining claims might
yeah.
catch some attention.
Okay, so I'll get a copy of the deed from Kaya. And any questions I'll probably direct to her or to you.
To her, because I really don't, deal with where the claims all are. I just deal with that they haven't paid taxes or not.
Okay.
But she could answer it better, and she can pull up her GPS and stuff and show them a little better where they're at too. So,
Well, since we're not gonna forgive the property taxes on it, what it needs to happen is it needs to be on the tax sale and we sell them to recoup the taxes.
Is that an
Yeah.
official motion? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really take a motion. The motion was to forgive their taxes. But we're not gonna do that, so it just needs to follow the process. But I'll make a motion that it stays on the tax sale.
Okay, second that motion.
Okay, move and second that Crawford Mountain Properties stay on the tax sale. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
That'll be a fun one to watch and see what happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, we definitely need clarification on the exact where it's at before the sale. Okay, we've been approached by the Ridge County Conservation District for a request of a $2,500 donation.
Okay, they gave a letter, of, what they use their money for, of what they did for 2022. There was a couple of scholarships, looks like, and
Did everybody have a chance to read it?
Do you want me to read it quickly or sum it up? Or should we just?
we've done it in the past. I would make
Okay.
a motion that we donate to the Rich County Conservation District $2,500 for their projects, and they use it for match money and different things for people here in the county. It does stay in the county, so I would make that motion that we donate them. The county donate $2,500 to the Civil Service District.
Yeah, like I said, they did good stuff. I'll second that motion.
Move and second that we donate $2,500 to the Rich County Conservation District as par and usual. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, Scott and Sharon Heiner, short-term rental license renewal refund request.
Okay, we discussed that last commission meeting. They obviously, their property managers, they pulled it off the market, but their property managers went ahead and paid the license. They've sold the house and it is no longer being offered for short-term rental by them anyway.
That's right.
And
What was that? How much was it? Remember?
$200? $250?
It was, I believe it was $150.
Okay.
yeah,
For
for really
renewal.
was. And I would make a motion that we refund that as for the 2023 year, because it's no longer gonna be rented by them in 2023.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to watch that, that's on the last meeting. They're actually in person. I second that motion.
Okay, it's moving second that we do the request for the refund short-term rental license renewal where they have quit renting their property. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Brendan Walker, business license request. You gonna get him on phone or?
I'm not sure. I thought, I understood he would be here with his paperwork, because the
Oh.
paperwork I got wouldn't pull up,
We're-
speaking of email issues.
And we're way ahead of schedule, so.
We are.
Yeah, an hour.
Only an hour? Okay. Did we talk about the Dustin and Jody thing last, or is that a new one?
It's a new one.
We've done so many, I can't remember.
They were gonna come in, Annalisa?
They said that they would be available via phone call or they would send a representative. I have her number, we can call her, but she was in a wedding today.
Oh, wow, okay.
What's more important, her wedding or this?
And I don't know, it was like her daughters or something, it was like, I was like, really, you don't, you,
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah. Preacher, hold on a minute, I got a phone call, I'll take this.
so I could try to get her on the phone if you'd like.
I guess we could try.
Okay.
We do have some information here, from an email.
Yeah. It's a little confusing.
Everything you have is what I have.
So the proposal says we would like to add on to the existing home and add a 2-level addition to the south of the existing home on lot 13, and on the northern portion of 14. The addition would have full basement, so they wanna build on 2 lots into one home. So they're asking for a building covenant to combine the 2 lots
They're saying that
for one building.
that lot 14 currently on one half already has the other owner has something on it. They're sharing a lot at the moment. It says they split lot 14. They built the garage, the other owners built the garage on the southern portion of lot 14. These guys are now wanting to build part of their house on the northern lot of 14. Oh. Seems kind of, can get a little messy, but
Hi, is this Jody?
Doesn't that go
Hi
against
Jody, it's
our-
Annalisa calling from
Go against our
Rich County.
counties.
So I've got the commissioners discussing your
Doesn't have
item
to
right
be
now.
I would think-
if
Are
go to
you-
variance.
I'm not,
Okay, I'll put
you
you on
can't, you
speakerphone
can't
here
do
too,
a
thank you.
lot split. Either buy all the lot or not all the lot.
So this is Dustin with me too. Oh.
Hi there. All right, commissioners, she's on the line with her husband Dustin.
Okay, why don't you let us know what you're proposing to do?
Basically, we would like to add on to the existing structure, add a full basement so that it would be equal basement that's currently there. The main level, connect the main level to the existing level, and then put on another level above for bedrooms. And that would be in the south portion of lot number 14.
Okay, so have you so you've done a lot split then and bought the south portion of 14?
That was done originally with the Seavers and I believe with the Richardsons. But I think that was done in 1986. In looking at our documents when we bought the property in 2016, it included that half portion of lot 14, and the Richardsons have built on their portion of lot 14.
Jody, do you know that,
Sorry?
so that part of the lot 14 you own and your lot 13, is it one parcel number? You,
No, it's two separate, and we've been paying taxes on both of those.
okay.
So have you been paying the taxes of all of 14?
No, just our portion. It's always split when we get the tax bill. It it should be in the documents that I send over to Annalisa. It just shows half or split parcel. I'm trying to remember the language that was used on the tax form.
Okay.
So it's a recorded plat signed off by all the owners in Swan Creek Village that that lot could be split and the plat amended. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
Because on the original title documents from our purchase, it lists lot 13 and then lot, the half portion of lot 14, and they each have their parcel numbers.
Yeah, she's right.
Okay. So what you need us to do is approve a building covenant. Are you already gone before planning and zoning for that building covenant?
We have not. This was evidently the first step that we needed to do. Swan Creek said that, whatever Rich County said, they would approve for building.
So it does need to go through the P&Z.
So this documentation's awesome, and I think you're gonna have an okay time, but you'll need to get on the planning and zoning, and they'll have to approve it. And it will just come to us for signing off.
So I did check with Mitch, and Mitch, Poulsen said she needed to appear to you, not them.
Oh boy.
For a building covenant? Okay. Well, we usually do final approval, but it usually comes from planning and zoning.
Yeah, Mitch had me just do everything through the commissioners. When I've done all of my emails with him, he says you need to talk with the commissioners.
What are we changing that we need to talk to commissioners for?
I don't, it looks like they're doing our new building covenant that we, so it should go through planning and zoning.
Okay, I think we got the information we need. In my mind, Mitch Poulsen will be here later on this afternoon, and we'll have a discussion with him as to whether we need to make the decision today or it needs to go to planning and zoning. But we will let you know. We can probably take some action either way today.
That would be great. I appreciate your help.
Okay.
Well, have fun at your wedding.
Yeah, it's been good so far. It's been a great day.
Have you
Good.
got it done?
Yeah. Yep, it was very short and sweet, and pictures are done. We're just heading up now to the luncheon.
Perfect. Alrighty, thank
Well,
you.
thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. We'll, Annalisa will be in touch with what we did and what needs to be done.
Perfect. And then if I need to speak with Mitch, I'll just be in contact with him or whoever.
Okay. Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. So we'll table that till Mitch gets here.
Yeah, that's kind of confusing.
Can I ask a question about all that?
Sure.
Is that allowed?
Well, no, but yeah.
Name.
I'm Stephanie Norman. I live in Swan Creek. I was a board member of the HOA. This has been a long-standing issue with combining lots and splitting lots within the HOA. The process seems to be a bit confusing with what actually has to be done. I don't know that the board understands. I have not understood it. I was on the board for 3 years. But our CC&Rs say one thing, we're doing another thing. That building covenant document that's executed when they request from Mitch, has the language that if the property is sold, if the dwelling is crossing the property line, it has to be removed if the lots are sold separately, correct? Only if the lots are sold separately. But we're not rezoning our plat, we're not redoing the Swan Creek plat when these families are joining lots or splitting lots.
So.
Is that an issue?
So you're not, the situation is this. If you combine two lots and your subdivision allows that, then when you do the you combine the two lots so that 14 becomes one big lot or 13 becomes one big lot, then your plat in your subdivision has to be amended. Because you no longer, and everybody has to sign off on that within your subdivision that you combine that lot. Now, as far as a building covenant goes, if you own both lots and you want to build on one lot, or you want, well, like they're doing, they're building across the line. If they want to sell that lot, I don't understand how that lot got split. Because I think your CC&Rs say that you can't split lots. Is that correct?
No. They're trying to now amend our CC&Rs to state that. It has not passed the membership yet.
Well, I don't know what our county ordinance is, but what that means is that everybody does lot splits. So all of a sudden now you have two parcel numbers in a recorded plat that only assigned one.
Right. So if I joined my two lots, which we did when we built in 2019, because we were reading the CC&Rs and it made it sound like you cannot access one lot from another lot. My interpretation was, oh my gosh, we've got to get permission. It's just our driveway that crosses the property lines on the west side of the house, and then the rest of that lot is landscaped. We could someday put a dwelling on it still, but we did not then come to the county and join those two for one tax parcel. Do we need to do that if we got approval from our HOA? Because technically when we sell, we're gonna have to sell it all as one lot because it's a driveway, it takes you into the garage. You would have no way to access the garage if you sold those lots separately. So should we have gotten a new tax ID that shows lot 65 and 66 are now one lot? So
do you have a building covenant did you get a approved building covenant from the county?
No, we didn't know we had to, and our builder.
You're gonna have to tear it down.
Oh, did he? Oh, maybe our builder did do it in water construction, but the house isn't crossing the property line.
It's just your driveway?
It's just a driveway, yeah.
They should get a plat and combine them so that they're paying one.
Well, it depends on if the number one, the subdivision allows that.
Yeah, that's true.
They allow us to combine, but I don't know that there's ever been a clear understanding.
Anytime you combine though, you have to amend the plat of the entire subdivision and everybody has to sign off on that. Well, let me just put it this way. The lots, I believe it's 300 feet in either direction the lot owners have to sign that says they're okay with you combining your lot.
100% of lot owners, right?
What I was gonna say, is it the lot owners around you, or is it 100% of the membership, and it's not something that the board can approve on behalf of the membership?
The board can't approve it. It has to be individual lot owners have to. And we'll have to clarify that with Mitch, but I know anytime you do a plat amendment within a subdivision, the surrounding property owners have to be number notified and have to also sign that they do not contest it.
Yeah, okay, see, I wasn't clear on that. I was thinking it was just the owners, gonna use us as an example, around us, they're actually neighboring our lots.
I know we just done an amendment on the east side of the lake, and everybody on that street had to sign off that allowed the two lots to be combined.
Yeah, it's a foot requirement, so there's like 15 lots within that 300 feet that had to sign off.
Okay, that makes sense. So, yeah, I'm curious if Mitch has time today to maybe talk to him about it to get clarity, because this has been a really heated discussion with what we're doing, and then, which this does not apply to you guys, but, how fees are assessed for the HOA with these lots and collection of those things as well. Cause there's, how many lots are combined, 23?
No, there are only, like 10 lot owners that have done either a combination or a split. And you were just discussing with the Goodwin one, that was a split lot, and that was done maybe 20 years ago. When they were having difficulty selling them, they were granting terms to about anybody that wanted to bring the money around, and so quite a few of them got 3 lots combined into one, and they pay one tax bill, and they pay one assessment from the HOA. But a lot of people, I would guess over 100, have adjoining lots that if they were to combine all those lots, that would mean that the assessments would have to change, because here you are cutting back on those that have adjoining lots and calling them all one, and then everybody's dues goes way up. So it's a big mess. And fortunately, nothing has happened except for I think Big Pen and Gunnell were 2 of them that had a split lot, and they still do. And I believe that there's a new tax number assigned to each of the 2. And so they get their tax bill at half of what a normal lot would be. Anyway, there's about 10 different owners that are at issue, but there could easily be 100. If one gets away with it, everybody's gonna get away with it.
Yeah.
So it's a problem that I would resist heartily as an owner there. And I have a lot adjoining, which I never intend to do anything with. But I'm just one of 100 of them.
Interesting.
A lot of times they buy a lot just to either keep the neighbors away, or to protect a nice view that they have from their house, or, you know, there are many, many reasons for that. But in any case, I would not try to combine that lot myself. That's my personal feeling.
Okay. Well, it's interesting, and I'm sure Mitch, I'm sure he'll have some time.
Yeah, I'm here today to listen to what comes of all this, but also just to hopefully understand the procedure. What are the steps that have to be taken? Because we have talked to Mitch, I've talked to Mitch on behalf of the board in the past, and there's no procedure that shows step 1, do this, step 2, do that, pay these fees, that kind of thing. And I think that clarity would help with the decisions the board makes, as well as how these homeowners are doing this
Yeah.
process. But then, the tax parcel mess, and the plat. Because when you try to calculate and say, okay, are we, what's our budget is based off this many lots, but we don't have that many lots. Are we assessing off these half lots? Are we assessing 2 assessments when the lots are combined now as one, and there's one tax ID, that kind of thing, trying to clean up.
Yeah. Do they, so when they amend the plat, they get a whole new subdivision plat and bring it in and record it? What becomes of the old one? Stays there, or is it shredded?
It's the amended plat that takes precedent over the other one.
Okay.
Most amendments just pertain to just a particular area or the lot of it. So there's the original plat, and then there's the amended plat that just has those lots that were dealt with.
Is that expensive to do, to amend a subdivision plat?
Oh, yeah, it would probably cost a couple of $1,000 because you have to have,
Every time?
you have to have it surveyed. Well, it has to be, yeah, it has to be surveyed and verified.
So ideally, this lady wouldn't have half of, she would have one spot with the combined acreage, right? If they were to amend that plat, it'd be like lot 14.5, whatever you call it, once it's been combined. So you don't want to mess up the neighbors, but.
That particular lot has already been divided with two separate tax numbers, one for Richardson and one for Goodwin. And Goodwin is the one that's trying to get it combined with 13. And so it was 14, and now it carries a PH 103 number, lot number, which is one that they somehow created about 10 years ago.
Okay.
And you bring up a good point, and you do have to resurvey, right? So the question in my head is, who's responsible for that? Is the homeowner responsible for paying for the entire plat to be redone, or does is the HOA?
The only thing that has to be redone is the two lots.
Right.
Because what takes place is you have to create a new property description, and that has to be done by a surveyor and goes through a title company for the lot to be combined to a new property description. And then that is applied to a new plat because it no longer has, that plat shows lots, your lots out. Now that is all just one lot, and so that plat has to be amended to just show one lot for one property description.
And obviously, any person off the street or any owner within Swan Creek can't just come in and change the plat. There has to be a custodian who does that on behalf, right? Probably a board member, I would say, that changes it. But I mean, every time somebody asks to join or split a lot and they do their due diligence,
So
if the map's not changed and filed with the recorder here,
it's not done.
it's not done.
It's not official.
It's not official.
It's not a legal description
It's
of the
legal.
property.
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
No matter what agreements you have with your neighbors,
Yeah.
until it is an official document recorded, it is not recognized as a legal document.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're right, though, there probably does need to be a simple checklist, like,
Yeah.
it's really hard to do, nearly impossible, but here's the steps,
Yeah.
Or, depending on how the board changes over years, it's easier to do, but it's just, there should be
Yep.
steps.
Yep. I do compliance and ethics and policies and procedures, so in my head, I'm like, this needs to be dummied down a little bit and more detailed that's easy when someone asks, okay, here you go, do this,
Yeah.
so, thank you, I appreciate it.
I was just looking at their tax notices and what if it designated, but the only thing it designates is actually the amount of acreage or the square footage for the portion they bought from 14 versus their 16.
You have that plat too, right here.
Yeah.
So is there no way, if the plat's amended, just to combine that into one tax ID number?
But it would take a plat amendment to do it.
And who's gonna amend the plat? Is the board gonna allow the plat to be
That
amended?
that's up to the board.
Yeah.
Right,
That's totally up to the board because there is a place on the plat
yep.
from the Swan Creek Board
Mhm.
Association, whoever represents that, to sign off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
You would think some of these homeowners though wouldn't wanna join these lots if they have one that has a dwelling and one that doesn't, because your taxes are gonna be cheaper on just the land versus land with a dwelling.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to be an issue anymore.
Right.
It just really does not seem to be an issue anymore.
Yes.
You know, we're seeing on the east side of the lake where those lots are $1 million a piece. Doesn't really seem to be an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would suggest probably just having them as part of the checklist, say the cost is gonna be on you guys to, if we accept to pay to have the plat amended.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of them are probably gonna do it.
Yeah. Is there a filing fee for amending a plat? There is, I think, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how much it is. I'm not sure what that schedule is, but
Doesn't seem like it's too much. Did you say we had the expenditures?
And minutes here.
you did say Mitch was coming, right? He did say he was gonna forgo his fishing or skiing or something, or,
I'm looking at
New powder.
Well, he said yesterday to me that he was coming.
I'll call him real quick if you'd like.
okay, I texted him and just told him we were ahead of schedule and it could, when would he be able to be here? And he says he can head our direction right now, so.
Looks like it's like $50 to amend the plat,
Oh, thank you. I was thinking $350 for some reason.
unless I'm wrong. That's-
But that's just the filing fee here,
Right, yeah.
yeah.
I understand that. Thank you.
You thought it was $350?
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know why.
Maybe we ought to go up to that.
Do you want me to make a motion?
Yeah. We'll stay cheap.
Right.
Did you put out extra copies for everybody to see the agenda?
Okay, so here's an application right here for a plat amendment. Where they wanna combine lots 31, or, yeah, they wanna combine the lots, yeah.
John?
This is the Cisco run?
Yeah,
Alright. So is that in Swan Creek as well? Swan Creek
Yes.
Village?
yes, it
Okay.
is,
Okay.
plat number
So
1.
Mitch is heading here. We're just ahead of schedule, so.
Plat one.
this is, Bill. Beacon Code Consulting.
Yeah, that's our building inspector.
Right.
You're not on the agenda, you cannot speak.
I'm just wondering about so this is the building covenants application versus the process of combining or doing a line split, you know?
So-
Are they trying to just do like an application to say, hey, can we do this? And then planning and zoning would take over at that point? I mean, what?
No, the
Just
building
wondering why
covenant,
we-
well, the building covenant has to have a final approval from the commission, but it usually goes through planning and zoning with the application and them reviewing it and then moving on to the commission, because the fact that the building covenant encumbers 2 lots with 1 building, and the building covenant specifically states that, and the reason it comes to the commission is if you allow them to do it, then if they want to sell one of those lots, that building has to be torn down if it's across the property line.
I'm just wondering why, I mean.
You gotta
obviously
sell
Mitch will
both
be here,
lots at the
but
same time. What?
like Mitch is coming, but I was just wondering like why he might have bypassed that step to go through planning and zoning on this. I'm just,
Well, we've had final approval, but usually usually planning and zoning, and Sim's on that. Usually planning and zoning is, usually the application is brought to planning and zoning and then move forward with, from there. At least that's what's happened in the past.
yeah, cause we did the whole runaround trying to figure out, really, is this going on the commissioner's agenda? Hasn't the planning and zoning seen it first, you know? It was just the confusion.
Yeah, usually stuff goes through them first. That surprises me that. But the only thing we'd give him leeway on is to approve nightly rentals that have been previously nightly rented and haven't had any complaints against them.
So,
Oh, for their renewal.
Renewals.
Their renewal,
Yeah,
their
renewals.
permit renewal, yeah.
So I think I don't know why this didn't go through. But anyway.
Was you just trying to make sure that we didn't get done today at noon, or? So, I mean, we could get Garden City Fire District.
Yeah, if we're calling him anyway, let's call him.
Okay.
Get that out of the way.
What's his number?
oh, it's 801. Just kidding, I don't know.
That's what I'm looking for right now, sorry.
Who we calling?
Randall Knight.
Like, one of us has his phone number, I know that.
Thank you for
I can
getting
tell you
that
about
plugged in.
Randall Knight. His wife's in the hospital and he's down there, so he's sending another person to represent him.
Oh, he is, okay.
Maybe I'll text him and see who that person is and we can call them.
But
Well-
you could call Randall, I have his number.
Yeah,
I'd like to
I do.
learn who that is.
Yeah.
Let's just see what he's got
I
to
think
say.
one
If
of
he's
them
got
has
somebody coming, though, we just will wait for him.
Well, depends on what he's got going.
I'll call him.
Thank you for the update. Last I heard was he was gonna be at home, so.
No, I talked to him this morning and they're still at the hospital.
Hey Randall, how are you? Hey, we're running a little ahead of schedule here. Did you have someone else coming? I understand your wife, you're down with your wife. Okay, and the board has submitted, Rich Schaefer, to be appointed, is that correct? Right, we have it before us, we just wanted to verify that that was correct and that you were not coming and we weren't gonna do something that you show up later about, so. Right, okay, okay. Well, we wish your wife well. We'll. Okay. Okay, good. Well, safe trips home and we wish you the best. We'll go ahead and take care of this with your board appointment. We sure can, you bet. Okay, thanks Randall. Bye. Nobody's coming, so maybe you heard. And he gave Rich Schaefer, I think we all have it, so.
Yeah, so I guess he'll be finishing Jenny England's term in December, but that goes through till December. And then we'll continue the normal 4-year term. So I believe it's just you're appointing for the rest of this year.
Right, that's correct, yes. Okay, I'd make a motion that we appoint Rich Schaefer to the Garden City Fire District Board, to fill out the rest of Jenny England's term through January, or December 31st of 2023.
Second that.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that we appoint Richard Schaefer to finish out Jenny England's time on the board as recommended by the Garden City Fire District. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, thank you.
He did say, maybe you heard, that they had just released his wife and that they're on their way home. They're getting ready to leave the hospital. So. Have the bleeding under control and hopefully she'll be okay. Mr. Chairman, I've read the minutes, and I didn't see anything, any corrections or additions that need to be made. I don't know if either one of you have had the chance to read them, but I would make a motion to approve.
I've read them as well and I second that motion.
Okay, moving second that we approve the minutes for our February 1st meeting, commission meeting. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries, thank you.
She'll have to change that.
What am I changing?
It's got the,
Oh, that's like expenditures.
I think, here's Bill's last one.
Can't you look at them over there on the floor, Bill?
I got so many papers.
I thought maybe they were in my pile over here.
Me too.
Your giant stack. Do we have Dave Ann's phone number? I can have him come in early.
Who?
Dave.
If Mitch would get here, he'll probably take up most of
Yeah, I don't know if we have time.
Mitch won't be here for 45 minutes.
I'm gonna pause the recording, so when you're back to being on the record, let me know.
Got lots of snow up there in Swan Creek.
More than
5 feet on the level.
Really?
it's much needed, but a lot of work.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see how it comes out off the hill.
Yeah, let's hope it goes slow,
Yeah,
because it can sure flood.
yeah.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
That's on the agenda, the spring runoff plan.
Is that with Bryce?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and we won't know until it's here.
Yeah.
I guess our governor made a good decision when he put, money in the budget for flooding this year,
Yeah.
without knowing what this winter was gonna be.
If it gets hot, holy cow. I don't see it that way either. The trend that's probably be slow and
Let's just hope we don't have snow still in July.
Don't put that out to the universe and jinx us.
Feel bad for the wildlife, they're just walking the roads and
all they're in trouble.
Lots of fresh kill at the mouth of Logan this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
On the Logan side of town?
Yeah, just first, second dam area. And as I was going to, do you call that Canyon from Lake Town coming up?
Like
Yeah,
Canyon.
like 10.
Yeah, there were a few deer that were tentative, and I was like, come on, you gotta make a decision, like either get across the road or don't stand there.
Don't hesitate.
They just stop and stare at you now, like,
Yeah, it was not a very comforting feeling.
yeah.
They're feeding them there at some couple miles from the mouth of Lake Town Canyon. It's kind of pulled a bunch off.
Like,
Oh,
DWR's feeding them?
Yeah, well, they're providing
Pellets.
the pellets. We're feeding them 14 different places here in the county.
We tried to get some out there because they were eating our hay up here east of Woodruff, and they said they got all the feed they need.
that's every year they move in there. Hundreds of elk.
Yeah.
I see all the elk at Milne, you see them, hundreds.
I mean, I drive down there, as these guys know, probably 2 to 4 times a week during the session. But I mean, it's 5 o'clock in the morning too to get there at 6:30, so I'm not gonna see anything, but I come back in the afternoon, I don't see anything.
Where at?
Manaway?
I probably can't see because I'm looking for the post.
Yeah.
I'm busy watching the side of the road. I mean, I'm traveling at a reasonable speed.
Reasonable.
Last night a doe was walking up the road and we were coming down and, you know, I'm not wanting to scare it, but I thought it would just walk by us. Well, it turned around and started to run and jumped off the road and it dang near went out of sight.
Yeah.
That's how deep the snow is, and it's like, sorry. I mean,
Hope you get out.
yeah, I sure can't back up this hill anymore. It's coming down.
Huh.
I just hope we get winters like this for the next several years. Not because I like snow, I hate it with passion, but I really like water.
Yeah.
And I will say this is a very different experience than to Will.
Not this year.
Yeah, they've actually got 10 to 15% more in their basin, their catchment basin, for snow-tell sites than catch and spread.
We've leased the depot for close to 30 years.
Oh, that's right.
And we've fed 2 winters, and this winter's one of them.
Mm.
We're hauling hay down.
I went back down for a full load, 2 weeks ago tomorrow, and they didn't have anything on the ground, so. And a little bit of just, shadows of homes and buildings, but
Where's that?
just down in the valley floor to a proper.
Oh.
So I've heard, I mean, I've seen some pictures, but it sure melts quickly there.
You Brendan?
Yes.
Why don't you come on up? We'll let you have the floor for a minute. As soon as our clerk gets back, anyway, you can have to pull up a chair. We're ahead of schedule today, so.
Okay, yeah, it took me a little longer to get here than I was thinking. So.
Okay. The mic on.
Okay, you're on. Thank you.
State your name and what you're here for, and
My name is Brendan Walker. I'm here for a business license application.
hey, kind of business you got.
It can be landscaping business.
Can we see your application? We'll just look through it. Lake Effect Landscaping.
Yep. It's gonna be me for now, no employees or anything.
Say that again.
It's gonna be me for now, no employees.
Where are you located?
Garden City, Sweetwater Hill.
Okay. So have you got any liability insurance or anything yet?
I have not got the insurance yet. I was kind of waiting until all this got finalized.
Okay.
I did get the exemption from the fire chief already.
So is your home, you working out of your home?
Yeah,
Is your office?
it's my father's house.
I just see that you will be using a truck and a trailer, a lawnmower, a trencher, and a small handheld equipment.
And the trencher will be a rental if I do use it.
Yeah, I would certainly encourage you to get some liability insurance in case you dig into something that's like a fiber optic line or something like that, it's fairly costly.
You have plans of growing and getting employees and stuff?
Not out of the realm of possibility, but as of right now, planning on just good managing myself, so. Makes it
Okay.
a lot simpler on the business end of things.
Yeah.
Employees.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we award a business license to Lake Effect Landscaping. As Brendan Walker is the owner and operator.
Second that motion.
Okay, moving second that we give Lake Effect Landscaping a business license, operated and owned by Brendan Walker. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So you're good to go.
What is
You,
it? $50 or how much is it?
pay her.
Right now in cash.
Yeah.
Just-
Yeah.
Yes, just right in that office. Alicia should be able to take your payment.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Brendan.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh boy.
What? Usually we go over, not under.
You can take your break now and then when Mitch gets here.
Is our service up at the dump?
Yeah, there is.
Hey. Where are you at by now? Okay. All right, we just wondered so we knew what to do next. Yeah, I imagine. Thanks. Yep, thanks. Bye. Just going into Lake Town Canyon. I could have been here by now. Not breaking the speed limit either. You're the guy that don't get picked up Manaway, probably the only one.
Oh, I make up for it. He was a very nice Wyoming guy last time I was here.
Was it Wyoming or was it Rich County?
It was Wyoming. It was before I got across the border.
They like Utah plates up there.
He was good to me though, so I deserved it. He let me go, so very nice, very fortunate. And I think that is what we say goes against my Fifth Amendment. I'm not very smart there. Remember when you guys know Stuart and Patrick, yeah? Remember a couple of years ago, Patrick telling us how he got two going down to Emory and Carbon so often from Salt Lake that he got two in 1 week. That was a fun deal.
Well, was it 2 in 1 week? I thought Patrick got 2 in 1 day.
Maybe it was one day.
I think it was 1 day.
I just remember for You know, he's really straight-laced, he's a good guy, but,
Yeah, it was,
he put on a few miles, and you guys know all about that, all of us in rural going to the captain know all about that. I love how the legislators give themselves that out during the session, but, not all the other people that are expected to be down there during the session.
You got anything from down in the session you need to talk about, Bill?
all over, gonna be all over but the crying in 6 more hours, 8 more hours. Well, they'll go to midnight, so 12 more hours.
They'll go down at night?
Yeah.
The day I was sitting there on the floor with
Care.
Kiera, Mike Schultz stood up and says, so we've done 3 bills in the last 3 or 4 hours, so we got a lot to do. We better be mindful of that and pick up the pace.
We spent almost 2 hours yesterday on the flag.
What did they vote on that?
We got a new flag. State's got a new flag.
They're gonna do it, huh?
Yep. 40 to 32.
Wow, really?
Yeah, it was close. But like I said, almost in the House anyway yesterday, literally almost every legislator stood up and give their 2 cents about it.
Hmm. So now we all gotta get new flags.
Actually, I think, well, no. Well, you can actually still use the old flag if you'd like. But the new flag is gonna be recognized as the state flag.
So March 9th, 2024, bill takes effect. You're right, Bill. All citizens maintain the right to use the historic state flag upon any occasion deemed fitting and appropriate. I think it looks cool. I like it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kinda need some like orange in there, but
Looks like Texas.
looks like Maryland.
It all has a symbol, you know. So I guess we need to decide during the fair which flag we're gonna present in all communities. Well, at least the Woodruff community will have to decide which flag they're gonna pack.
The parade.
Yeah.
The Lieutenant Governor's office kind of explained it to me a little bit, like, she was like, this is, you know, if you're out and about and you see somebody's hat and it's got, you know, like the U or the Y or something, that's like a symbol of Utah. And she was like, so we're trying to create a symbol of Utah that people would easily recognize. That's what the
Should have
story
stuck with
was.
orange then. I don't think anyone has
The
orange.
story that they gave us, so it's and so I said, well, so is it promotional? Is it like a, you know, like a big promotion for Utah? And kind of is. So it's kind of more of a advertisement, marketing. so.
Everybody has their own story to tell about it.
Did you look at these, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we accept the February expenses
second that motion.
Okay, moving second that we accept and approve the February expenditures. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
You had a chance to look at those bid paperwork, all of the bids?
We're a long ways away from doing anything on that.
Why does he wanna he keeps asking to be, like I said, is this just a discussion or is this an agenda? He wanted it on the agenda.
He can put it on the agenda if he wants.
But you're not, no decisions yet?
Well, we still don't know how we're fund them.
Oh, yeah, we gotta get a.
You know, I mean, we've gotta make a decision. You know, we still have not, and probably won't, received our second payment of the
TCF?
TCF funds. And, you know, we need to decide, you know, I mean, there's some decisions gotta be made of how we fund them, you know, I mean, we had some discussion and that's great that he's got bids, but number one, he was never told to go get bids. I mean, he just went and done that on his own, and that's fine, cause we have an idea of what they're gonna cost, but to where we're at as far as moving forward,
We're still in the same place as last month?
pretty much, yeah, I mean, that's fine, we've got the bids and we can see what the costs are gonna be, or what the options are, but as far as, and that's all fine and dandy, but the difference between having a bid and how much money it is and having the money to pay for it, or, you know, that's what I'm a little, not really sure why they're coming in on sanitation truck bids, because that's,
We've been talking about loaders and track hoes, not trucks.
we've already got a truck ordered that's supposed to be here by June, and that's probably, they're gonna be,
Well, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I put truck, but maybe that's what it is. I mean, based on the pictures, it says loaders and like a
Probably so.
bucket.
yeah, I mean, it's fine, we need to have some discussions, but
We got some other sanitation questions too. Hmm?
Tell Mitch is here. And tell Mitch gets here.
Yeah, because what's gonna happen if they're all gonna go to lunch?
Yeah.
So you're probably gonna, so we should stay around.
when we got Ben coming, 2 o'clock, okay, and Ben's coming, he's not calling in, okay.
He's gonna beat that old fence in, fence out, dead horse. We can break for lunch and do Mitch right after, or you wanna cram him in when he gets here at 10:02?
I can sit here as long as you want. I may get blood clots in my legs, but I'll do it.
So, well, it's just whatever. Bryce will be here at 1. I'm sure he usually is a little early, so. To get Dave out of the way, he's on his way in.
You got hold of him?
Yeah. Do you know where our sanitation policy is? Landfill policy.
No, but I can get it.
Do you know where it is?
I can go look and I can find out where it might be. I can try to get it before
We
the
had some,
meetings are.
we have the sanitation department, well, sanitation has its own policies about garbage and fees and landfill stuff, and just would like to review a couple of things about that. When you get a minute, if you could dig that out maybe. I thought I had it on my computer, but I couldn't find it, so.
Okay.
Hi guys.
Hey.
Did you guys get the copies?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright.
For the loaders?
Yeah. The loaders and the track hoe.
Yeah.
The one that I'm mostly interested in is this one here. That's it offers the best features for what the money is.
Sorry, which one?
What's that?
Which one was it?
That's the one in Rock Springs. And those are the features on it. They give us this one here also. It's a Komatsu one. The difference is
Wait a
Yeah,
second,
no.
Dave, wait a second. Are you ready for Dave to be here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Will you say your name?
Yeah, state your
David.
name.
David Enns
Okay. With Rich County Sanitation.
with Rich County
Okay,
Sanitation.
got it.
Sorry,
Perfect.
kind of nervous, guys.
No, you're good.
We've done our homework. We've looked at all the different machines. We've gone down to Salt Lake and drove the same one smaller, which is a 300, and then this is a 336. The 300 is a little bit smaller. They won't put the size bucket on it that we need. We need at least a 3-yard bucket for our track hoe. The smaller one is pretty much the same money. It's the same the 300,000. The only difference is the 336 is bigger. It's got a bigger reach. Instead of a 10-foot reach, it's got a 12-foot reach. You can put the bigger bucket on. We can move more material faster. As far as like loaders and things like that, I've seen the Komatsu one. I've sat in it and everything like that. They got one down in Salt Lake, a pretty nice one, brand new. And the other one is the guy's supposed to call me anytime and send an email to the one up in Rock Springs. He's got one up there too. I don't know what you guys' feelings are about equipment, but I'm digging everything that so far that's been dug up there has been dug with one machine. And I've moved.
Is it a track or the loader?
There's just a track hoe. Yeah. And the bad thing is like, okay, I have to dig, spread it out, dig, spread it out, dig, spread it out. And each time I dig, I gotta go down anywhere from 4 to 6 feet. And I pull it all the way back, and then like once you get a huge pile accumulated, then you gotta pull it up and back and out. So I'm moving it 5-6 times. I do have a pit up there right now that's 300 feet wide, it's 30 feet deep, and so far it's somewhere around, I'd say 70, 80 yards that I've got opened up. But like right now I'm cutting the road in. Instead of going up a hill to get to it, we come around the face of the valley, and then we're gonna drive right in that way. And then you just come in. I have the road cut now. I'm cutting it now, that'd be about 50 feet wide, so 2 semis can go past each other and not have any discrepancy of, space. I've created slough walls that I'm doing right now. I gotta create the slough wall, which is the first floor, and then you drop down into the road. But I am pulling gravel and gravel and gravel and gravel. And it's good, because I can build our own roads with it,
Well, we're in a dilemma right now. We gotta get our financing lined up first.
Right.
But I appreciate your telling us how you're doing it, because the less times you have to touch that dirt, the better.
Right.
And if you're touching it 5 times, that's,
See, and I need a loader that's comparable, that could move over for, like, most of what we looked at is like 4 yards. But if I could have like 7, the faster I can move it with a track hoe and make a pile, the faster the loader can take it and stack it.
so what's the horsepower on them, on those you're looking at?
The one in Rock Springs, I'm not quite sure about it. He said he got it in. It's got like 50 hours on it. It's fairly, on the new side. But then he had another one there.
It's got a pretty new price.
Right. I think loader wise, like 950, 980, somewhere in the 980s is like a 9-yard bucket. That's a big one, but it moves a lot of material too, and I mean, the faster I get this hole dug, the more it frees it up. I mean, I'm bouncing back and forth between, we just covered our construction pit, it just finalized on it, got the cover over it, and then, on the other pit, you have to keep pulling the garbage back up the hill, because it's going the other way super fast. And so, it's like Lynn says, let's get the road cut into it, what you got now, plus, it's just, with all the snow, I'm worried about it filling up the hole too, But my track hoe went down yesterday, the fuel pump went out on it. I've been watching it, and I've had Komatsu up 3 times to take a look at it for an oil leak. Just a little dribble, drop, drop, drop. Well, what happened was they're like freeze plugs that are the size of a cap, like the top of that cap right there, where you push down on it. There's a freeze plug, 2 of them, that went in the side of this pump. And the cap on the one side popped off, so it started losing oil out of it. That was the oil leak that nobody could find. Well, I got Lynn's permission, but I got one coming. Be there Monday. And then it's the common rail fuel pump on it, so I don't know what it costs to have a service truck out, but we beat that one.
Looks like it's like 225 horsepower.
The one in Rock Springs, the excavator there, the guy says that he'll make a deal with us. He has 2 buckets. It comes with a 42, and then he's given us a 60 for like, I think he said 7,000 or 8,000 more for the bucket. So if we can get the 2 buckets, it comes with a standard one, plus he's got one sitting there. I think it's a 72 that's sitting there. That he'll make a deal with us to give us both buckets. Then we could put the new 72 on the Komatsu one. It needs, the other one that we got there needs to be reskinned, the inside of it needs to have new metal put in it. I did put some straps on the back side of them that saved so much wear. I've seen it on that gold thing, and on the other ones how they line the bottoms of it. They're wear bars.
Yeah.
It's saving the bottom now.
Well, we appreciate that. And I was gonna say, before we ever started, we're so sorry for your daughter, and our condolences to you, and we appreciate you and the work you do for the county through the tough times. Like
Yeah, I was on the phone with my sister this morning.
So,
I was over there just bawling like a baby.
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, it's. I've been through some tough times and some weird situations, and this is something I never ever even thought of ever happening.
We're so sorry.
Thank you.
So, you got bids for a loader and an excavator, which is the biggest priority?
I would say that, I'd say Traco, we could move more faster than I can with a loader. But our loader is, it'll take about 50 grand to put a new transmission in it. And
So it's done.
yeah, it's a second gear machine. First gear, you can move a lot, but it's like super slow, but you, nothing past second. Yeah, it grunts along. I mean, it's a good machine, don't get me
So
wrong.
it's still working or not?
Yeah, yeah,
It's slow.
it's slow, yeah. Slow, and it's got like I think a 3-yard bucket on it too. I mean, and it's kind of the balance is the same, you know. Even the Traco I got up there now, it does a lot of work. It does a lot of work. There's a lot of material that's been moved up there.
But you want a Traco first?
Yes, I would prefer Traco first. Yeah. And that one in Rock Springs, if he gives us that double bucket deal, then I can take, like the one, I'm running in, I was gonna bring a chunk of it in. You know what caliche is? It's God's rock in the earth, cement. It's, it's the worst stuff in the world. But it's like, it's a conglomerated rock, like concrete, in the ground, but it's like boulder form. I pulled out one. My biggest one yet is the size of a whole front end of a truck, just a regular old size truck. From the engine to the cab, it's that big. I had to back up and pull it back up, and pull it. It's huge.
Mm.
But it's a conglomerate, and it's super hard. And I was going to use the smaller bucket with the new hoe to get that one busted loose. It's got a little bit more power, and then the bigger bucket can hog it out, you know. But as far as hogging, I can hog my first layer with two Tracos going at once. It would be amazing. And most of what they do with the loader right now anyway is I don't use it in...
So your old Traco's a Komatsu?
Mm-hmm. It's the 300 PC, and then this one, the cat one, the 336 is the same, comparable to the 300 PC. There's the PC 300, and then that's a 336, and then there's the 300. Ours is a C, and then there's a S now, and they're sort of comparing it to the S now. The thing with Komatsu, and the only thing that I talked to Tat yesterday about the Komatsu, and he's got two machines, but one's a brand new machine with till the end of December, and then it has no warranty. Then the other one has no warranty, but you got to buy the warranty with it. It has a pin-on thumb with no quick coupler hydraulics, so your thumb will always be like on it. You can't change it out, you know. And then on the other one, it has a thumb and a quick connect connector and everything, but the warranty is dead in December.
Mm.
Where this other guy that's giving us the cat one, he's giving us a 2-year warranty over and above everything, just straight across the board. That's what I saw.
How long
now.
have you had that equipment that's up there?
The Komatsu, Spencer, shoot. Nicholas said that he was hired on up there, and they had just bought it brand new, and that's been a while.
What you get, how many years?
It's been up there, I'd say 15.
No.
No?
It hasn't.
No?
No. Scott Jacobson bought it. And,
Scott bought that?
yep. And it's probably at the most 8 to 10.
Yes, I have no idea. I just know it's a good machine.
Well, we'll look at these bids and like I say, we gotta talk funding first and get
Right.
that in line.
Right.
Yeah. We know you need them. We appreciate the time you put into it. Just gotta figure out the best way to pay for them.
Mm-hmm.
There's several ways to do it, so we need to discuss it. or
So we,
what we're gonna buy.
how do we keep track of who dumps up there?
It's off the sheets, the write-in sheets, mostly. It's-
So when they come in
Mhm.
after hours?
After hours, I don't know. Because once I leave at 5. And I lock the gate at 5, and then after that, but usually I cruise up, when I leave, I go up to the pit now. I see what's there, and then I go back up in the morning and see what's there.
Do you?
Mhm. And usually right now, winter, it's staying the same, you know, there's not too many people that dare to go up there.
Okay.
But we have been, like, the last couple of days, we've been pushing back the snow, getting ready for it to melt and stuff like that, kind of opening the roads a little more.
You're optimistic that it's gonna melt?
Oh, no. But boy, I tell you what, when it does and it starts to get warm, there's gonna be some water moving, and I want it to where it's not gonna take my road out,
Yeah,
you know.
sure. Yeah, we'll talk this over. There is some merit staying with one brand,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not that big a deal either, so
Yeah.
we'll talk it over.
The Komatsu's a good one too. That's it's the same that Tad's got. Like I just said, the only thing that is the warranty, where the Cat is giving us the 2-year warranty, and that's the only difference. You know,
That's worth a lot though.
right? Yeah. But you know, I mean, if you have to like pay 50 grand, 30 grand, or whatever, out of pocket real quick, you know that. Well,
Yeah.
it should be under warranty.
Yeah.
You know, at least for 2 years. You know, that's 2 years worry free for us. You know.
Mm.
And as much as we gotta do in the next, I don't know. In the wintertime, I dig, that's all I do. Every day, dig. You know. The other 2 boys, they drive truck.
Yeah.
In the summertime, you mostly drive?
Steve drives all the time. He
How
does
about
the
in
sidewalk.
the summertime, you drive?
Summertime, I do, yeah. Summertime, I'm in a truck from Monday to Sunday.
Yeah, you guys do a good job.
Yeah, in the summertime, we don't, that's all we do. But if I get a break and I run a certain route, and if I get done earlier, then I go dump and then I start digging again. I push it pretty hard up there for like things that I wanna see done, you know, different ways to cruise around the pit to make it easier for equipment, stuff like that.
Well, in the summertime, you guys are running 24/7.
We
so-
do too, it runs pretty hard,
Yeah,
yeah.
so we appreciate it.
Yeah, it gets pretty crazy in the summertime. That's when it gets nuts. Wintertime's bad because it's slick, but summertime, man, it's everybody. Tourists, little kids, parents, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Any other things for Dave? Okay. Thanks for running in.
Hey, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
We'll see you later.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry we don't have clearer answers, we'll figure it out and let you guys know.
No worries. You guys know a lot more than I do. I just wanted to present what we looked at, what worked for us.
Are you working today, or you just
No.
slipped in? Yeah.
Just looked
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. for
Yeah, I was on
coming
the phone when you called.
in. All
All
right.
right.
Hey,
Thanks,
Dave.
thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Can you take Mitch or
Yeah.
take a break?
Let's keep going.
Okay, Mitch. State your name and
Mitch Poulsen, Director of the Bear Lake Regional Commission and Planning and Zoning Administrator for Rich County. What would you like to discuss first?
well, got you down here for a lot line combination and public utility easement abandonment.
Okay, we'll talk about that first then. So Scott Call requested to combine 2 of his lots in the Sweetwater subdivision. Here's a copy of the plat that has been submitted, the plat amendment that has been submitted. There's that. And if you'll recall, we did one of these not too long ago in the Sweetwater subdivision. That seems to be a really popular location for doing these. It's lot 46 and 44. It's on Cisco Run Road. The plat was submitted and we reviewed it, the engineer reviewed it. We held a public hearing in front of the planning commission to not only combine the two lots, but also to abandon the public utility easement between the two lots, and there were no public, that showed up to contest the application. And so the planning commission has made a recommendation to you guys to approve the plat amendment request.
So, on the plat amendment, how many of the landowners have to be notified of the amendment?
So all the neighbors within 300 feet of the external boundaries of the properties being proposed for amendment
In a radius of 300.
are notified, correct.
Okay.
And we determine that. We use Kaya. She generates that list off of the existing ownership maps within the county.
So, in a subdivision, such as Swan Creek, if their CC&Rs say that you can't do combined lots, what does that mean?
I don't believe that means anything to the county. That is a completely civil matter between the landowner and the homeowners association.
So we'll go ahead and combine lots even though the CC&Rs say that you can't?
That is correct. Just like in our short-term rental application, we go ahead and process the application even though there are certain subdivisions that do not allow for short-term rentals within that homeowners association. The Sweetwater subdivision is large. It has a number of separate homeowners association. The golf course subdivision allows it, and that's where majority of the short-term rentals occur. The hillside, as I understand it, does not allow it. And so when we get an application, we still process it because our ordinance applies to the county in its entirety. We don't take into account the different homeowners associations that may or may not allow for that action.
So I can do a plat amendment in Sweetwater or Swan Creek, and as long as no owners around it, what if an owner next to it says no, I don't want it?
Well, we take that into account. We appreciate them, letting us know that they disapprove of it, but unless they have some kind of substantive reasoning behind that, for example, they have an easement on that property that was not properly identified, or their water line runs through there, that would be a substantive matter that we would actually have to take into consideration.
Because I noticed that where it just says the vacated property and easement lines, so there isn't any, those easements for that subdivision go away in that. Okay.
So is there anything that the HOA can do if this is against their rules and they don't want this to happen?
They could take it up with the landowner. And I understand their frustration that their water system is dependent upon the number of connections that they have, but that's something that they'll have to address. That's not something that the county can get involved in.
So we okay it, but the subdivision that possibly fights it. Interesting.
And so planning and zoning has seen this then?
Yep.
Okay.
They voted to okay it.
If planning and zoning has seen it and they've voted to okay it, and that's the law, then I would make a motion that we accept this, combining these two lots, lot combination for 564 and 576 in Cisco Run.
one other question on that. When you notify these people, how do you notify them?
We notify them by first-class mail. We send out a notice with a copy of the plat that says that the public hearing will be held on such and such a date to address such and such an action, and that they are invited to attend and provide their comments in favor, neutral, or opposed.
Okay.
They're invited to the P and Z meeting. Okay.
So is that a certified letter that they have to sign that
They do
you
not have to.
verified?
They do not have to sign it. We just.
So you
send
have
it.
no idea whether they actually got.
We don't.
notification.
If we get a return letter, we note that in the public hearing process.
Okay. Just curious. All right. All right, well, I'll second John's motion to approve the plat amount.
Okay, been moved and seconded that we approve the joining lot 45 and 44 together.
It would be 44, yeah, 44 and 45, I'm sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Bike path support letter and maintenance agreement.
Okay, so, I have been in before, keeping the county commission apprised of progress on, bike path extensions within the county. Recently, we received a, $3.2 million, it wasn't 3.2, it was like $2.6 million, grant from the, Transportation Commission, to extend the bike path from essentially the Gus Rich Point area down to Rendezvous Beach State Park. As we have traveled that path, we as a county have to come up with $640,000 in match money, which, as I understand it, is more than the county would like to commit. So I have sought other grant opportunities, and I have submitted, or I'm working on submitting a grant request to the Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation for their Tier 2 regional infrastructure grant. So we will be asking for $560,000 in funding. We also have $30,000 that's being contributed from Utah Forestry, Fire, and State Lands, which leaves the county on the hook for $50,000. Now, that can be changed. It seemed like that was a somewhat reasonable amount, so the county had some skin in the game. If you would like me to request all of it as match, I can go that route. But essentially, that's what I'm seeking is both a letter of support from Rich County to go after those funds, and also to sign a statement of responsibility, which is just one of the documents that Outdoor Recreation requires as part of that grant application. Basically, that just says is that as a county, you recognize that the maintenance for that infrastructure will be your responsibility. And that's essentially it.
So what's the likelihood of getting the full $640,000 from the outdoor rec?
I think it would be good. It fits the requirements. It's an excellent project. It has a regional component where it's supposed to be going all around the lake. It encompasses multiple jurisdictions, multiple agencies, connects residential, commercial, and recreational activities. It's been through the planning process. We've gotten public input through the master plan that we did with National Park Service, as well as support in the county's trail plan. I don't think the dollar value is an issue. I think it is a very solid proposal.
I would suggest you just go for all of it. I mean, I don't know what these guys are thinking, but I agree with you as far as when things pop up, that hits all the buzzwords. And it affects a lot of the people who make decisions.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yep.
But what do you guys think?
Well, it always is good to have skin in the game.
Goes farther.
We will be doing the ongoing maintenance.
Yep.
once you get it completed, you know,
Yeah. It's up to these guys, if they wanna throw some money in, I mean, it's a good use for TRT money.
So we're on, it'd make us 50 grand.
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't matter. That's the way you've got it set up now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'd make a motion that we just go ahead and do the application with the county contributing 50,000 and Sovereign Lands contributing 50,000, is that correct?
Sovereign Lands is 30,000.
Oh, 30.
To the pathway specifically, to the project, it's actually 130,000 because they're gonna be putting in vault CXTs along the pathway.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay, moving second that we go ahead and give Mitch the go-ahead to apply for that grant, keeping the county on for 50,000 for it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Sounds good. I did not anticipate that you guys were gonna pull a presto changeo and not have Commissioner Cox be the chairman for this year, so I have all the documents in his name. Do you mind signing, or would you like me to change the documents?
No, change the documents.
Okay.
John was sick of me being chairman, so we changed.
I never get sick, Bill.
Okay.
I've been chair a long time.
I will
It's time
get-
for a change.
I'll get those changed and get your signature.
Okay.
Also, do you mind signing, a request for local government sales tax data request?
What's that letter do?
What that does is I'm requesting information on the transient room tax for the county, so that we can look at who's paying and potentially who is not.
It's a good idea to audit.
And in full disclosure, I am working with a third party to help me with that information, and I have talked to state sales tax folks about what can be disclosed and what can't, and they're comfortable with what I will be sharing.
So I learned something, I don't know if it's true, but if a business uses Logix, you know, are you familiar with Logix? It's a booking provider. It basically manages, if you have a bunch of listings across a bunch of multiple sites, you can click them into Logix, and Logix will manage them all together, you know, aggregate the calendar and do all that. And it actually handles your payments as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I was told that if they book through Logix, that it actually skips that Airbnb automatic collection and VRBO automatic collection
Good information.
of sales tax.
We will look into that as well. I find that the sales tax collection, all of the transient, the short-term rental thing is immensely complicated. It's like a huge game of whack-a-mole. You know, they come on listings, they come off listings, they have multiple listings across the state, across the country. Yeah, this wouldn't surprise me that there is one more yet layer of complexity too.
I would guess that probably a large portion of multiple property managements use Logix, and that was my biggest concern.
Sure.
You know, because if you book through Airbnb, we get that whether they're licensed or not.
Exactly.
But if they are clicked into Logix, you can
Bypass that, huh?
yeah.
Good to know. Thank you. We'll look into that.
Whether they are doing it on purpose or not.
Right, sure.
So Mitch, Dustin and Jody Goodwin brought building covenants to us, and we wondered why it didn't go through P&Z.
Building covenants, to my understanding, have never come through planning and zoning, even back during the previous executive director's time as your planning administrator. It's an agreement that is signed and recorded within the county so that the two properties cannot be divided if they are actually built upon. It was requested of the county to develop a plat amendment process by the recorder, by title companies, by mortgage companies, because the building covenant was simply not robust enough. And I think you can see that. If you've got two properties, you've got a public utility easement between those, and somebody comes in and just says, I'd like to file this covenant so I can build across that, there's no review that goes into it. We have no idea what is buried underground. There's no review by planning and zoning. It just happens. Therefore, we went ahead and adopted this plat amendment process, so that there was some kind of review, so that the neighbors could chime in and bring up, questions and concerns that they might have. The good ones did not want to go down that road, and to my knowledge, we have not vacated, or we have not taken the building covenant process off the books. It is still an available process, and so I told them they could, if that's what they wanted to do, they could take that route. And it's up to them to embrace the consequences that go along with it.
Well, so you've got the building covenant, and you've got a lot that, and I guess I'm still really curious how you can split lots.
Oh, that I don't know. That was done before my time.
I understand that, but we allow lot splits
In a subdivision?
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, I don't actually know the answer to that. I don't know that anyone's asked that question. In Sweetwater, the answer would be no, because then they would be dividing below the underlying zoning density. Same thing with Sweetwater.
Didn't you guys have lot split
Mhm.
in Swan Creek?
Yes.
That was personal.
Not personally, no, but there are lot splits in Swan Creek, yes.
So yeah, I don't know how that happens.
So if they want to build an additional piece on under their house, does that not come before planning and zoning?
No, that would just go to the building inspector. And then the building inspector would look at, is it on one lot? And if it's not on one lot, if it's crossing a boundary, then they probably should amend that lot line by amending the plat.
The new process is just a lot combination. What's the new process? The lot combination?
Correct.
Okay,
Or plat amendment.
plat amendment.
Right. When you look at the ordinance itself, and I brought copies for you guys, it's called plat amendments, and it actually encompasses a number of different things that you can do with your lots. And some of them, if you're just going to change that center line a little bit, that can actually be done administratively by myself. But it's when you want to completely vacate that line and create one lot, one tax parcel, that's when it has to come through the Planning and Zoning Commission. It has to have a public hearing.
Well, if we've never gotten rid of the building covenants process, then I guess we have to.
I would recommend it. It seems like kind of a risky thing to do, but.
Yeah, but their application is in before we can't retroactively
Mhm.
take it away. Will you make a note for a building covenant discussion, for like next month?
Okay, so in contacting you, you just said that they needed to come to the commission in order to get a building covenant.
Correct.
Okay. And planning and zoning has no idea this is even going on. So
Never-
you don't.
never has.
Planning and zoning doesn't care what they build on their lots.
Not to my knowledge.
That's good to know.
Well, I inherited the position, and I think this was happening before I showed up. I didn't invent this.
That's a really cool loophole, though.
It made me nervous because we're sitting here and we don't know what they have for easements or.
I agree. When I saw that the building, you guys had a building covenant, I'm going, well, that's nice, but wow, you skip planning and zoning entirely? No review by the engineer or anybody else, just apply for it, record it, and it is what it is.
So we probably either need to repeal that process and or add planning and zoning to the process.
And the engineer.
Yeah.
So essentially, your building covenant would then be like a lot line adjustment.
Right, which it should be.
Which it should be. don't really see the need for the building covenant.
Further discussion. All right.
What do you wanna do with that one at hand?
Well, I'll make a motion, we approve the building covenant for Dustin and Jody Goodwin, based on the fact that we are totally out of control.
Well, I mean, we still have that law, there's nothing we can do about going retroactively, so they did all their,
They went through the process.
yeah, and everything looks good, so I'd second that motion.
Cause we're out of control? That
'Cause-
part too?
I second the motion.
Moving second that we give Dustin and Jody Goodwin that building covenant application. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous.
All right.
We need to fix it.
Can I do any more damage today, or am I excused?
There was something else I was gonna visit with him about, I don't remember what it was, but it's not on the agenda anyway, so we'll,
Can't remember.
um,
I appreciate you coming in.
yeah,
Coming over.
thanks for coming over quicker too.
From the discussion I heard on YouTube, I think you guys have covered it. I think it was important to clarify the distinction between the plat amendment process and the building covenant. The one thing I did hear is that everybody within 300 feet is supposed to sign off on a plat amendment, and that is actually not true. We just notify them, we let them know what's happening, and that's the extent. If they would like to come in and contest or provide comment, then we take those
They
comments.
don't have to sign
Is,
and agree.
is there a time frame from before the meeting you have to notify them?
Yes, I believe it's a week, but we extend that and usually give them 2. It's just
Yeah.
easier that way, give them more time.
A lot of these guys don't even check their mail here.
You know, and it's funny because over time, we set our we set our time limits in the code, and then things change within the postal service, and we have been getting some feedback. You know, over the last couple of years, people are like, you know, on the Wasatch Front, and that's primarily who these things go to. That they're letting us know, hey, we just opened up our mail today and we just barely saw this. We can't get to the meeting in time. And so it's just taking the postal service a little bit longer to get down there. So regardless of what our ordinance says, we backed it up and tried to give people a little bit more time just as a courtesy.
Yeah.
So
Where did this come from?
that is the plat amendment ordinance. That was the one that was adopted by
Okay.
the county.
We just approved that.
Okay.
One other thing I brought for you guys as well, just as for your information on the amendment process, it's disappeared now. When we first started this, we were getting quite a bit of feedback from the engineers that were working with our engineer on the process. They were you know, bucking what Brent wanted them to do, and Brent's like, I'm not inventing this. This is straight from the state statute. I can't change the statute. So Brent and I changed the application from basically a 1-page to nearly 5-page, so that it documents and identifies every specific thing that we want to see on that plat. And so far, since we've changed the application, the plats that are coming in are better prepared, and it takes less time work. This is what I was looking for. So originally, the plat amendment was basically just, you know, 1 page. It's now multiple pages, and it specifies all of the different things that have to go into that plat. So there's no questions. It seems to be streamlining it, making it quicker.
Okay,
And by the way, I love working with Brent. He's an exceptional engineer. He is very, very meticulous and very responsive.
Good.
So,
Good, I'm glad to hear that.
anyway, like I said, we can't do any more damage. I'm gonna head back.
Okay.
so, you don't need him for anything about bike path,
Brent?
Yeah.
Yes, I asked Brent to get me a preliminary cost estimate, and he had it to me in a jiffy. And he let me know, you know, this is not based on data. But the application for the Utah Outdoor Recreation Grant is very interesting. It's basically got five lines that I can fill in, and I can only pick from about a handful of topics: professional services, equipment, contractual services, and can't remember the other two. So I have to basically lump sum all of the various construction components, you know, grubbing and grading, asphalt, pinstriping, tree removal into one, basically one item that is across the board construction. So I appreciate him doing that.
Good.
Been very helpful, so.
Good.
Anyway, okay, thanks, gentlemen.
All right, thank you.
Take care, we'll see you later.
All right. Well, we'll take a break from the commission meeting and
See you, Shawn.
I'll be right outside.
Oh,
resume at 1.
okay.
Is that when the next one's coming?
1:30, actually.
Oh,
Bryce?
1:30.
1:30, yeah.
Lisa.
Almost. Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
So I'll call commission meeting back in order. And our first up is our emergency management man, Bryce Nielson. Wanna come up, Bryce?
I'm assuming you're the new chairman.
Apparently.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Good to see you, Bryce.
Good to see you.
Howdy, Bryce.
Shawn. Well, did you get a chance to review any of that stuff that I had sent you?
I looked through it.
Okay. Let's first go, I've got a number of things I want to discuss today, if that's all right. Let's first go with the special needs registry. Now, have you had any idea what this is? It's, a number of years ago, they, Utah Emergency Management had a big deal on it, and we're supposed to do it, and, so I attempted to do it for Ridge County, but there wasn't much interest in that type of stuff. So apparently now there's a renewed interest in the state, and I got a deal from Shelby over at the Bear River Health Department. She's the emergency response planner, and they're having the federal government go through and look to see if their the county records and stuff are the same as their records. So she wanted all my records, and I had no records, so I decided to talk to the state, and essentially, when it came right down to it, only one person had ever signed up for it. So the special needs registry is, if you don't understand, is a way that first responders can know what the situation is in a building or a home before they go in, if there's some special needs people in there and that kind of stuff. It's all a voluntary sign up that they have to sign up on. But the first thing we need to do is get an agreement, a memorandum of understanding between the county and the state. There's a lot of concern because this is all very private information. So we don't want everybody to, you know, be messing with it and that kind of stuff. So I took their resolution and adapted it to our resolutions. First, is there any questions about what we're doing here?
I'm kind of surprised because I know that we, through the senior program, we signed up several people that was, had issues about, they had to have oxygen, some, you know, had to have wheelchair access, those type of things, and that was supposedly entered into a database that the state
What
had.
program was that, Bill?
What's that?
What program was that?
We did it through the senior citizen program.
Senior citizens.
We had a list of everybody, and it was actually on a thumb drive of everybody that had special needs.
Right.
For evacuation, or whether they, you know, whether they had to have oxygen, if they were in a wheelchair, if they, you know, had no, you know.
Yeah, just needed help and stuff.
Yeah, right. So we had a list of, but it's been 15 years ago when we did that, probably.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Well, whatever they did, they've lost and all that other kind of stuff. So, what I was going to do is if we can pass this resolution, then we'll make the agreement with the state. Then we gotta designate 3 people who have the access to the information. And so, I suspect the 3 might be myself, maybe the sheriff and one of you guys, so that, the resolution, if we pass it, will then go back to the state, and then they will set it up. And then what I'll do is I'll write
How do you keep that stuff confidential? It's so,
Well, it's access, so you have to have a username and password to actually get on the database to actually access it.
That's right.
So,
And they'll log who logs in and where you're at, like, if Bryce
Oh.
logged in, it'll show
so
Bryce
they,
logged in from a IP address in Garden City,
somebody, they can track it down, if somebody
got
hacks
access,
in.
yeah.
It's interesting though, they say, well, what you ought to do is go in and log in and print everybody off and put it out so you don't have to log in. I'm thinking, well, that's stupid, but, anyway, what I would do is get a piece for the RC Times and let them know, sort of like I did the last few times on Code Red, and invite people to sign up for it. I don't know, Bill, would it be worthwhile for me to come to Senior Center? Or could you handle that?
yeah, we can help people as far as and I don't know the law, I don't know the process now. Before, we just had a form and they filled it out and what their needs was, and they signed it, and then we actually entered it into a database. The health department actually was the one that had it.
And see, that's where it's sort of at now. That's, this, the gal from the health department is the one that was
Yeah,
pushing it, so.
and they're the ones that entered it in.
Okay,
So, you know, it had name and their physical address, and it had emergency contact information, and what their special needs was, if they were on oxygen.
that's the website they go to there, and then they have to verify it.
Yeah, okay. We can probably help those who wanna sign up, get online and do that. We can do that through the library, and Garden City's library could do that as well.
Okay.
If people don't have internet access, we need to get that website out. What we're finding though is more and more older people have the internet and are comfortable about doing some things, so.
Well, yeah, you have to now or else you're left behind.
Right, it's no different than getting on and applying for Medicaid or Medicare or anything like that. So I think, you know, you need to send out some information with the website, and those who have special needs either need to contact, they could contact the Senior Citizen Program, the Senior Center, and we can make sure that, you know, they can get signed up either in their home, or, I mean, we can have somebody go in and help them if we need to.
Or they can sign up by themselves.
By themselves, right. Or, looks like you can actually got a phone number here where you can call in and give the individual, the individual can call in and give the information. So
Right.
there's two ways to do
You
that.
can go ahead and keep that if you want.
Okay. But yeah, we can help through the senior program.
Okay. So, did you get a chance to look through the resolution? It's pretty, you know, boilerplate. Just basically.
The only thing I was wondering about, where we have, and it spells right out here, the data to the 3 authorized employees, we maybe ought to identify who those 3 authorized employees are.
But that's what I just mentioned before, whether or not.
Right, maybe we ought to spell that out, as to who has access to that, so there's never any question about, you know, somebody saying, well, I'm the
Yeah.
fire chief over here and I should have access.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Or, you know, or anything else.
And should we put something like, instead of naming them, should we put the sheriff, the
Well,
emergency manager?
Yeah, not names, but like you say, the sheriff and the emergency manager and an elected official, maybe.
The county commissioner over
Yeah,
some emergency services?
yeah.
They basically wanted names, so.
Well, they can have names.
This is what they want the names,
But the
right?
ordinance just needs to basically say what departments or what three three individuals and their offices, what they hold, so.
All right. So do you want that included in the resolution or not, or do you just want it in the minutes?
It could be included in the resolution. She can modify the resolution right there and we can put it in right now, right?
Sure can.
She's good that way.
Tell me where you want it.
So after,
That number one.
Now therefore, at the bottom of the page.
Probably number 4 after 3.
Do you have a copy of this?
Yeah, right
It says, talks about the 3 authorized employees just at the end of that
Bill's
sentence.
showing her.
access to 3 authorized employees designated by the political subdivision upon receipt, just put sheriff.
So I guess we could just insert
emergency
the
manager,
Yeah.
positions in there.
You don't want me to put anything else specific, just those?
Just those are the 3 that we've designated, the
Okay.
authorized individual. Other than that, I thought the resolution looked okay, and I think it will be fine. So, with that, unless we have any other comments about it, I would make a motion that we approve the resolution for the special needs special needs registry for Rich County to enter into an agreement with the state of Utah.
No other comments, I'll second that motion.
Okay. It's moved and seconded that we enter into, with the state of Utah, the special needs registry in Rich County. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, thanks.
Thank you. So you'll get that signed and
I'll get it printed right now, and get it saved and.
you can either submit it or I can, or both of us.
I'll get it signed and then I'll get it to you before you leave.
Okay. All right, the next item on my discussion is flooding. I've been watching this and I've got a fair amount of experience over the last, geez, can you believe I've been up here nearly 50 years, Bill?
Been a while.
Yeah, so anyway, I've seen a lot of things that's happened in the past and things that have gone wrong, things that have gone right. The thing that really concerns me this year is the low elevation flooding. That's the stuff that's on the ground right here now. Then you got the mid elevation and you have high elevation. Now, I was at a meeting yesterday and long term on the National Weather Service says for at least the next couple of weeks, it's this again. And they don't really say much beyond that, other than there's probably going to be colder than normal and more precipitation than normal. So how long this particular situation lasts, nobody knows. But you know that eventually it is going to warm up, and if it warms up fast, I think even if it warms up sort of slow, we're still going to have issues. We have so much snow on the ground. Can you guys ever remember this much being on the level down here?
That one year we had a lot. But there was a lot of rain in
Yeah.
the snow, and then we'd get more snow, and then it'd rain again, and then we'd get more snow.
Yeah, that was in 2011, and
Yeah.
actually it started in February. We're past February now. So what I've done is I put together it's just sort of an annex to sort of direct everybody as to how we would deal with this. And I went through and if there's any I missed on this list, Well, let me just go over through it. There's 3 areas that I have fear of. One is number the roads, and did they ever do anything on those roads out there, Bill, or keep them from flooding out there on the other side of Woodruff? Or are they gonna flood, or between here and Woodruff?
Well, they've, are you talking about the county roads or are you talking about state road? So, they're gonna replace the culverts there this summer, but they haven't been replaced. They're gonna replace them with a little bit bigger culverts than are there, but it's gonna flood across the road.
Okay.
There, and we'll have some flooding across probably some of our county roads. I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah, I agree. So I guess the main responsibility for the state roads will be UDOT. I don't know.
Right.
And probably they'll need some assistance with flagging and that kind of stuff. I've got those 2 signs ordered. I don't know whether they'll be here in time. Hopefully they will be.
Electric ones?
Huh?
Those electronic ones?
Yeah. Now we've got about, in the county and in Garden City, we've got about 50,000 sandbags that are unfilled. We have about 4 things you can hook to the back of trucks or put up to fill sandbags. Now I think that we've got sand positioned now at Park and Garden City. I don't know whether they have any in Lake Town or not yet. Do they have any over here?
Sand?
Sand.
No, we don't. Barker's, we've been in contact with Barker's, and they felt like that they, at any time, they could get sand to us if we needed. Did Garden City get some actually on the ground at the park over there?
I believe they have, yeah.
Okay. Because I know they were looking to put a couple of loads there at the Heritage Park.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure whether they were able to get that done yet.
I believe that. There's so stinking much snow around there, you can't tell anything.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, I guess my concern is who's gonna be in charge overall. It'll be the mayors of the towns, I assume, and the county commissioners in the unincorporated areas.
Yeah, probably so. In working with our road department, so.
Yeah. And I've talked to them, and they're real, very helpful in that kind of stuff.
So when you said you had, what, 150 bags?
50,000
About
back.
50,000.
Where are they at?
Most of them are downstairs. Garden City's got a bunch over there too.
Okay.
I don't think Lake Town, Randolph, or Woodruff have any stockpiled, but we got plenty down there. I always thought, years ago when we talked when I was a commissioner, I always thought they were down in some, dredge down there, but it's really nice down there. They're nice and dry. I had, what's his first name? Public Works.
Brandon Rao.
Who?
He's our road guy.
Brandon Rao.
Brandon. Had Brandon go through, and he looked at a bunch of bags to make sure they were good, not all rotted. And he didn't look at all of them, but he looked at enough of them. So, essentially, I guess we'll work through Brandon.
That's
I'm
the good
thinking
one.
about having a meeting, and I'd like your input on this. Since I didn't know that it was gonna flood this year, I've scheduled to be gone between March 16th and April 17th through Havasu in Arizona. So, but,
There's that.
so,
We'll just keep that in mind. Do you think that, is there any merit in like pre-filling bags, or do they fill up really quick?
We can fill them with a sander on the back of a truck, and just, you can fill 500 bags in 2 hours. So,
usually what happened in the last time, the ward and everybody got out they came over and really worked
Yeah,
at it.
I was gonna say, you get some young men on that, it's probably
Yeah.
pretty quick.
Yeah, so they did that. It was very helpful. I wish I had a better communication with the, I couldn't even tell you who the emergency manager for the two wards over there is. And I don't know here either, but probably not a big deal. They come out when they need to.
I would think we'd get them as needed, but if someone had a place where they absolutely know they need them, they probably should contact us and get them
Okay.
prior.
Okay.
It's not gonna happen.
I know, but
So here in Randolph, he flooded the last time. Where did it flood? Did it come out of,
Well,
Correct.
the canals were full of water and, snow
Ice.
and ice, just like it was over in Garden City, and so the flooding was just like Garden City. The places where the water needed to go was full of water, or snow and ice, and
yeah,
there was some flooding on the west side of town, and on the east side of town. Not severe flooding, but there was some flooding outside of the banks where it got around some houses and they sandbagged around a few, but there was some wet basements and things, but not severe damage.
most of the flooding was over the highway out here.
Yeah.
yeah, and then there was, that flooding down by, what do they call it, Dry Creek, over there by Woodruff.
Yeah.
Interesting name for a stream to flood, but I don't know as they did anything about that,
Well, there's nothing they can do. I
Yeah.
mean, that's the bottom line. It's it's always in high runoff years. That's the reason they call it dry creek, is because there's never water in it until there's flood runoff. It's not a running stream, but it's where all the water collects, and when there's more than what will run down Woodruff Creek, that's where it goes, and it just goes right straight and underneath the highway and right on down into the canal. So
okay.
Is that the one behind Putnam's?
no, that's Woodruff Creek.
Oh,
Dry Creek runs right past the sheriff's house.
farther south.
Yeah.
Then in the last one, they had and I'm not sure who it was, we had a berm out there we needed to cut through, and he did that, so.
Yeah, we replaced with a bigger culvert there. We're hoping we don't need to do that this
Yeah.
time.
So anyway, so do you think it'd pay to have a meeting, say, just before I leave, to get everybody together to talk about this, or do you think it's, if I send out some emails and stuff, what do you want to do?
I don't think we're gonna see much flooding before the end of March, if we even get to see any flooding.
I don't think we're gonna see much before May, to tell you the truth.
The late flooding is what usually runs down through towns when we get all that coming and it's warm enough that, all the reservoirs are full, and at that point in time, everything's full and it's not collecting any water, it's just running across everything, and
Yeah,
so, and that always occurs, in Woodruff and here in Randolph, that usually occurs around the 1st of May, when it gets warm enough to bring it, so, that high snow.
okay, I want to do that. I might send something out just advising, well, I can do it. I'll have internet access and stuff down there, so I'll watch and see. So, one other period of time I'm gonna be gone is gonna be from the 8th of May to the 23rd of May. I'm going to Croatia, so,
Holy cow.
yeah, I was gonna go before we were booked to go, and then the COVID came in and shut everything down. So what I'm gonna do during those times, at least for gardens, I suspect, I'll get Dan Couric, who's Garden City Emergency Manager, and Mike Lenhart, and then the other, not Mike Lenhart,
Mike Wahlberg.
yeah, Wahlberg and Cameron and Rob and the rest of them. Because they'll make responses, and they've got pumps and stuff. One of the things that we had a problem with on the last time was whose responsibility is it to sandbag, personal property, like down by Azure Cove and that kind of stuff? What would you say on that? Would you say it's the property owner's responsibility, or do we do it, or what?
Well, it's gotta be a joint effort. I mean, the bottom line is when Azure Cove floods, the water's coming clear across from, clear up on the west side of Garden City, so,
Yeah.
you know, it collects there at Azure Cove, and when, you know, it's just like anything else. I mean, when personal property's being inundated, it's just an issue that try to supply the sandbags, and people are responsible for their own property, but we've gotta step in and do what we can to keep it away, and
Okay,
I don't
that's what I
think,
felt.
I think it's more of a community effort of just trying to channel the water, to the very least affected areas and
Okay.
keep it away from the areas and make it, you know, that's what we've done in the past, and that's the way we just gotta do it.
Okay. Well, I think they've done some work on that culvert through there, so maybe it'll handle a bit more water than it did the last time. Then sort of shun it out into the wetlands below the park out there. But I've also noted that it should be the responsibilities of the property owners to pick up and dump the sandbags after the water's gone down. We have people saying, well, come and get your sandbags, and I'm thinking, well, you know, maybe. So on high elevation and I'm suspecting mid elevation will come off about the same time as the low elevation this year. High elevation is where the Bear River's gonna flood, and, I guess that's just part of the life of living on the Bear River, isn't it?
Hopefully.
Unless Woodruff Narrows spills or something like that. It probably will too,
It will, I think, yeah.
so.
They're not gonna let us in, though, until the lake's above 5911. So there'll be a place to store water if they'll allow it.
Now you say Woodruff Narrows will fill up fairly quick, won't it?
Well, they're not gonna be allowed to fill it this year until the lake's up to 5911.
I think the lake's about 5910 now. So,
It was 59.9 something last I seen.
yeah,
But,
so they've got a couple of,
so they can only go over, just barely over half Woodruff Narrows until the lake comes up.
and I suspect the lake's gonna make some significant increases this year if it's like the last time when we had 11 feet in that one year, so. And that's good and bad, and it's gonna be bad for a lot of people that wanna come and use the beaches, but good for people that don't wanna be down worrying about the people on the beach.
People that need the water.
Yeah. So, all right, any other issues on flooding you wanna talk about?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see,
I agree.
hide and watch.
That's what everybody says, wait and see.
So on the 50,000 sandbags, you don't know how many Garden City's got, huh?
Garden City's got over 10,000.
Okay.
They've got a good, they went and bought a bunch, probably didn't need to, but they went and bought a bunch.
Okay. They've got some pretty big exposures. The more development they've got, and they build in these fields that have been traditional places where water could be dispersed.
Yeah, and what's gonna be really interesting, I don't know how it's gonna work, you know, where they're piping it up above there. They're still working on that, putting that pipe in. I don't know what's gonna, how big a pipe is that, do you know?
48 inches.
So it should handle it, maybe.
Supposedly that pipe will handle more than the canal would at the bank.
And who's putting that, is the canal putting it in, or is it the?
Canal companies, it's a joint effort. The piece that's put in right now is between the canal company and the developer. They're sharing the costs on that.
Okay.
So, we'll see how that all goes, but.
Well, it should be interesting, one way or the other. Hopefully they'll get it in before it starts to run.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, wait and watch it, and we'll go from there. And I'll stay abreast of the situation while I'm gone, so. A couple other items I really wanted to discuss briefly was, there's been a big push by Justin Brown, the Bear River Health Department. We had a group get together, ran by Eldon Curl, sort of to do some of this coordination between Utah and Idaho on,
Ham radios.
on search and rescue and that kind of stuff. So, Justin was at that meeting, and I don't know, maybe but anyway, he decided he was gonna set up a group to, do an exercise on the lake. It's real similar to, they wanna mimic what happened in 2015, where those 3 people died. So, we had a meeting the other day, and I'm afraid he's a little, and we don't know what's gonna happen. There's gonna be a tabletop exercise. I gave him some points, but God, they're really blowing it out of proportion. I just think they ought to, I got planes up in the air and all this other kind of stuff. And we did a similar one the year after those people died on the lake. And so, but I just wanted to make you aware that they're gonna do that. That's probably gonna be on the 6th of June, will be when the actual exercise occurs. Whether or not it's got a good day or a bad day.
Who they involving?
Well, they're gonna involve the Bear Lake Search and Rescue, Bear Lake Fire Department, Sheriff's Office, the same in Utah. Search and Rescue, I think Justin will be from the Justin from the Sheriff's Office. I don't know about Search and Rescue. One of the big issues that I have with doing it is the fact they want to make it realistic as possible. So I don't know whether they're going to call out people, but what typically happens is when you have a lost boat on the lake, dispatch calls state parks, and state parks goes out after them. Now I don't know on this one. Last one we did, state parks didn't want to be involved for some reason or other. So I don't really know on this one whether they're going to be able to involve those guys. Because quite frankly, search and rescue in Rich County, they don't have any boats or anything like that. And they do in Idaho.
So,
but anyway,
so you're saying the state parks didn't want to be involved in the last training? Okay.
Not sure why. Trying to do it early enough so there won't be people around, do it on a Tuesday, and that kind of stuff, so.
That was the 6th of June.
Yeah. But I'll keep you better updated on that as that goes on, see what they come up with. I don't know whether they're gonna take and get a boat out of the lake and like they did before, or wave runners, and they wanted to involve the ambulances and television stations and PIOs and all that. I said, we really don't need that up there. But I'm just an old guy that's been around too long and they don't really listen. So anyway.
That night, it was just like it, Vietnam, that I've heard and read, and that there were helicopters coming in and going out, and
oh yeah,
that was a horrible night.
Well, actually, they wanted to involve the Civil Air Patrol, and then at the meeting we had Life Flight, and the other one out of Logan. What is it?
AirMed.
AirMed. There's one out of Logan now.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Yeah.
they were there. And they want to bring helicopters up and everything. I'm thinking, well, one thing you got to first worry about is the public. If the public doesn't know what's going on, it's going to light everything up. And of course, they're all on their scanners and they're all here and there. So anyway, not sure what's going to happen on that. I'll keep you advised. I just wanted to let you be aware of what might happen. Okay. The other quick issue I wanted to talk about is radios. Remember, we bought radios and all that other kind of stuff. And so I was talking to Justin, since he was in charge of distributing the radio. I said, well, who's got them in, all this other kind of stuff. Then I find out, he says, well, we haven't got them in yet because we're just going to turn them all back or something to the state of Utah. Because of, what UCA is gonna be able to give them all these new radios and all this other kind of shit. And so that's got me somewhat concerned. So I talked to them, and they said the county paid $3,000 for those radios, John?
You're talking about the ones that Jared ordered?
The what?
The ones that Jared Johnson ordered?
Yeah.
We didn't pay much. I mean, it was through that grant.
So what I found out is I talked to Box Elder in Cache County, and they had the same thing. I never saw that grant, so I was completely unaware of it.
Yeah. Well, I think you hit it right before that grant
Okay.
came.
So anyway, the issue is if they're gonna get all new radios, then the radios that we purchased here were purchased with region money, so they're gonna have to go back to the region. We can't sell them or give them back to the state or anything like that. But I'm a little bit concerned because I don't know when those radios are gonna get here. I understand from Mark Millett in Box Elder County that when they do get here, they're only gonna be able to work when they kick that frequency in, which is gonna be in next year for the last 5 years. And
Yeah.
so I don't know, you know, what do you know about them, John?
Well, we need to investigate. I do know that UCA went up to the east side and updated the array up there just a week or two ago. And so I think we are getting closer to deploying that high band, you know, that everyone's moving to. I don't think it'll be the end of next year. I think it'll be the summer sometime. But I think the problem was we had two different people working on the same problem. It crisscrossed. And so, you know, UCA doesn't require us to return those radios that you purchased for that grant. The state asked if you could send them back, but it's not gonna disqualify us, so we can keep everything.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah.
And give them back to the northern region if they wanna use them or whatever.
Yeah. I do know that we have radios for every single, for everything, except for the 3 ambulances. We're just waiting for the dual
The
heads.
UCA radios or the other ones?
The ones that Jared ordered.
So it didn't order one for me, I guess I don't.
There's a few extra.
I know,
Yeah.
search and rescue.
So, but those, we did just get notification. Jared told me this morning that he got notified that the dual head is available. So the 3 for the ambulances are coming, and then everybody should have the high band, low band
So
radios.
Jared will be in charge of that, and he'll just distribute them and make sure that everybody gets them.
Well, I think the
put in?
sheriff put him in charge.
Yeah.
And he's been working on that problem. And then we sort of have worked with you, and so there was 2 people.
Isn't there a shut off when they have to be in? They're gonna shut them 800.
The
off.
800 frequency, I think that's what Bryce said. I think it's the end of next year.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
But like I say, Box Elder County said, well, our radios are good enough, we're not gonna go with UCA.
Yeah.
And so did Cache County, said, we're
I
not
don't,
gonna go with
yeah,
UCA.
they're not gonna turn it off. They'll just stop servicing it.
Yeah, that'd be foolish, so.
Yeah.
I just don't know, I've got such a bad feeling for this UCA bunch, they've just been.
It's a really tough board.
Yeah.
They have an open spot right now for UAC. We ought to get one of you guys on it. But yeah, so I think I understand a lot of your frustration. It's 2 people working on the same problem. We don't have to return your radios. And then we'll just keep you posted on whether the other ones are.
Okay, well, then as soon as we get these other radios, then I'll get with Jared and box them up and take them back down to the region. Maybe keep a few here for extra.
Yeah, let's make sure what he got works.
Yeah.
And then turn them back, you know.
Okay, that's all I got. Unless you got anything for me.
Alrighty.
Are you gonna post this flood plan? Maybe it might be a good idea just to post it on the Times, Civic Times, of
I
what
can
you
do
wrote
that.
up. Because it's interesting to read through.
Yeah.
People may have feedback or stuff. We can
Okay,
do.
yeah, I can do that. Refuse order, I don't want that.
They can at least identify what's close to them and know what you wrote up about it.
All right, so I did get the sign to make sure I've got that. Too many papers. Okay. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks,
Get
Brad.
back to work.
Thanks for coming in,
Yep.
driving over.
Well, out in windy bugger out.
Is it still blowing up on top?
Yeah, oh, it's blowing her down part of your Randall. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. See ya.
Hey guys,
Hey,
good to see you.
good to see you. How are you?
Bill, nice to see you, man.
Ben, how's it going?
Hi, John.
Okay.
And Lisa, how are you?
Great, thanks.
Well, state who you are and why you're here.
What's that?
State who you are and why you're here for
Yeah,
the record.
New microphones.
Yeah.
Great. Ben Willoughby, Rich County Attorney. Remind me which item is first on the agenda.
Joining landowners ordinance pertaining to the construction and maintenance of fences in Rich County for agricultural purposes.
Great.
For provision of, for payment by adjoining landowners and provisions for non-payment ordinances.
That's a long title for an ordinance, isn't it? So this is the last batch of this project, the last 4 that I'd like the commission to look at. And then if we can do public hearings next month, then we're done. So this one that I would like to have looked at is a 1997 ordinance. Let me make you
Yep.
There you go. All right, so this is our ordinance from 1997. It has largely, how do you compare it to this? This is the relevant state code. John? Okay. So as you go through this ordinance, on one side, I put a black line for each portion of this ordinance that is already covered in Utah State Code. In 2012 or so, the state passed Title IV, Chapter 26, called Enclosures and Fences, and this state code governs all of the rights and duties when agricultural private landowners have fences. And so if we go through on our ordinance, just section by section, the first section 1 just states if two or more persons agree to fence an enclosure for the construction of a partition fence, the cost of the construction and maintenance of the fence shall be apportioned equally between them based on the amount of land enclosed. That's already covered in state law, and that's why you see the black line to the right there. Section 2, if an adjoining landowner elects to use an existing partition fence, he shall then pay the adjoining landowner half of the reasonable value of said partition fence. That also, you can see, is covered in 4-26-102, subsection 3A. So you can kind of picture here, if somebody has fenced a corral or something, and a neighbor wants to have their land fenced, they can't use that partition fence unless they pay half of it. Section 3 of our ordinance, you'll notice does not have a black line to the right. It does not exist in state statute that I can find. The ordinance, what it says here is if one adjoining party elects to construct a fence for agricultural purposes alone or along the boundary line between two adjoining parties, each party shall be obligated to pay half of the actual cost of the fence and obligated to construct half of the boundary line fence to their left. So basically, and this one to me doesn't seem to fit well. So if one parcel decides they want to build a pasture, the other parcel says, no, I'm not going to build a pasture. Section 3 requires the one who doesn't want a pasture to pay half of that fence. And that doesn't exist anywhere in state law. Do you have any thought about that, Bill?
Well, we've got that issue going on all the time. require somebody buys a piece of ground and then they, for example, a person buys, there's a piece of 40 acres and the person that owned that sold 20 of it. So at this point in time now, a new owner owns 20 acres. So now you've got two pieces of property, and the individual who has used the 40 acres now has got to put the entire fence in to divide off the new property owner.
Yeah, so, state law would say that it only gets triggered when parties are mutually deciding to use a fence.
Okay.
So it would be like,
Well,
it
the
would be
new
like,
landowner is using his half of the fence to keep your cows off of his property.
I guess that's one way to look at it. Another way would be that someone who doesn't want a fence is required to pay half of a fence that they didn't pick. They're not electing to have.
Then I guess they don't care if those cows go on that property. Right?
So, I mean, if they want to keep the cows in, then they can pay the fence. But if they don't want to pay for any fences, my point is Section 3 exists only in our ordinance and not in state code. It kind of seems
So,
like maybe it's a taking issue that you're requiring somebody by ordinance to pay half of a fence that they don't want, they didn't agree to.
but you have somebody that buys that property and he don't wanna pay half to fence it, but he don't want the cows on either. So the guy that's been running cows up there has to pay for the whole fence. So we need that.
You wanna leave that in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Isn't
Um,
that saying that guy that sold out's gotta pay for half the fence? Or did I read it wrong?
Well, it basically says, it says if one, for agro-purchase purposes, for the purpose of this ordinance shall be defined as a fence between landowners whose principal source of income is derived from raising of crops or animals. The problem is, we got pieces of property all the time now that's not gonna be their principal source, it's gonna go into development.
So this used to just be neighboring ranchers
So
for
the,
crops or animals.
so the state code is limited to agricultural purposes. And so what it tries to avoid, in the state code, it's all based on either agreement, two parties agree to have a fence for agricultural purposes, or, let's say, I'm kind of a visual person, so you have two plots, A and B. A, it just wants a yard, nothing, or land that's unfenced. B wants to have a pasture, so B puts in a fence at their own expense, and then pays for it, and then later a landowner of A, if they want to also have a fence for agricultural purposes, if A then fences 3 sides and is now using B's side, they have to pay half of it. So, but the state law is based on agricultural uses for parties who either agree or if a neighbor is using one line of fence.
Or they could just put their own fence and double
They
fences.
can always double fence. Like for instance, if your neighbor put in a chain link fence and you think, I don't want a chain link fence for my horses, I want a wood fence, you can always double fence.
I don't think I've ever seen a double fence in Rich County.
So, if, what if B rancher has cows and he's run all A and B, and then B came in and bought A come in and bought A,
Okay.
and so after all these years, this fence right here has fallen down. There's a fence there, but it's fell down. Now B wants to run his cows, but A says, if they get on me, I'll shoot them.
And the fence has fallen down.
Yeah,
So is A using that fence line?
A is not, he don't want it. And he don't want the cows either. That's my point.
You're gonna push them into the fence in or fence out argument.
So,
which is in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
does B have to pay for the whole
Been hydrating
fence?
for it.
Does B have to pay for the whole fence, or does A have to pay for half of it? Even though he don't want a fence?
So let me start your example again fresh. Okay, there's no fences. You have A and B. No fences. Who moves in first?
B's been running their cows all for 30 years on all of it.
On all of it.
A just
A's
got
cows.
bought. Yeah.
A just bought A just now.
And nobody puts up a fence?
Well, there's an old fell down one, but it's no good
Assume there's no
between them.
fence.
If there's no fence, then the fencing then this enclosure and fencing ordinance doesn't apply. The state ordinance only applies in three situations. Situation one is if B fences themselves, and then later A decides they want to do it too, they gotta pay B half of this fence line.
Right, I see that.
That's situation one. Situation two is if A and B both decide to fence, then it just tells them that they have to agree, they'll just agree to pay this, which is kinda dumb, you don't need a statute for that. The third one is if A and B they both have agricultural purposes, but this middle fence begins to deteriorate, it tells them that either party can repair it, and the other end has a civil action for the half of the cost of repairing. Those are the three instances the state statute works in.
Well, that third one answers that question.
Our ordinance has a fourth situation, which is B wants to put a pasture in. A's like, I don't care about fences or cows or anything, I don't want to spend any money on this. Our ordinance says that A has to pay half of that fence that he does not want. So my point is, that doesn't exist in state statute, and it kind of seems like this has covered the topic. So, but I'm obviously not married to anything. We have options here. Option one I was going to pitch is just repealing our ordinance because it is overwhelmingly, with that one exception, all of it is covered by state statutes. Option two is just leave it in place. Otherwise, it doesn't need to get amended because it, other than this one paragraph, every line paragraph that I've marked the marker is already in state code. So we don't need to amend anything. It's either repeal it or leave it in place. And it's all based on this one paragraph right here.
Well, that's fine, let's repeal it. But let's make it also that it's a fence out. Everything's fence out. So this guy that bought that has got to fence my cow out if he doesn't want to pay half the fence. He can pay for the whole fence.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, so that takes me right out of it. That absolutely takes me right out of it. Because this very situation is going on right now.
I do get a lot of calls about this.
40 acres. He doesn't want cows on his property anymore. This has been traditional, one piece. Now he wants me to put a fence in. He refuses to pay half on it. But the bottom line is, he doesn't even want to go halfway. It's kind of like, you just keep your cows off my property.
But as it's written right now, would that guy have to pay half the fence? If he's not, because does this say that both sides have to be for agricultural purposes?
No.
The ordinance does not. So the ordinance under section 3.
Because it says the purpose of this ordinance shall be
What?
defined as a fence between landowners whose principal source. So does both landowners' principal source of income have to be derived from raising crops or animals?
Look at the very top, or the very first line. In the event of one adjoining party elects to construct a fence for agricultural purposes alone, the boundary line between adjoining parties, each party shall be obligated to pay half of the cost of the fence. So only one has to be agricultural purposes.
So as of right now, that guy needs to pay for half of the fence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying, we need to keep this in here. Right?
You guys are starting to win me over a little bit. I didn't see it at first.
It's been in place since 1997 and hasn't spurred any court battles.
Well, I don't know.
So it
I
hasn't-
don't know if people know.
Huh?
I don't know if people know it exists, honestly.
periodically, I've gotten, once a year, I get a phone call on this, and I just email them a copy of the ordinance. But I'm not aware of any court battle that has occurred over it. And I've brought you guys a lot of ordinances where they're just totally out of date and have to be redone. This one does not need to be redone. It's either moot, because most of it is in state statute. The only thing that not is it's not is section C, or 3, section 3.
And that sort of depends on our discussion of fence in or fence out.
It does.
Okay.
You wanna table this for a few minutes and have that discussion?
It's up to our chairman, our new chairman.
Well, so you're recommending to leave this out and just go with the state code?
My recommendation is just to appeal our ordinance, and rely on state code that already governs it. But then you don't have section 3, but to me, section 3 seems a little unfair, and if the county chooses to go fence out, is already covered, right? Someone who complains about
Yeah,
cattle or horses or sheep has to fence them out.
okay, so we could go to the fence in, fence out
You wanna just
discussion
table this for a minute?
and table this, because if that other don't cover it, then we're gonna have to come back to this.
Okay. What's our next item on the agenda?
Fence in, fence out.
That's
Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Bill, are you no longer chairman?
Oh,
Sim?
Sim's the new chairman. Yep.
Okay. Well, congratulations to both of you.
As of 10:01 this
Yeah.
morning, Sim's
Okay.
the new chairman.
I'll, good. Okay. So this next one,
So Bill's been pretty vocal on some of this
I know.
stuff.
I almost, I had like a,
He made
I
a
had to kinda
motion this
gear my-
morning that was a little, yeah, never mind.
I had to steel myself for today's discussion, because sometimes Bill gets mad at me, so. All right.
It's
But
okay,
this
I
is-
noticed you don't have your vest on or anything, you know, your bulletproof vest or anything.
Yeah.
We're good.
Just gonna risk it today. All right, so this is not an ordinance that we're amending. This is one that I think we should have. And I get, it's just, I've been involved with the county legal department for 7 or 8 years, and this is just for about 7 of those. I just thought, man, we need to have this ordinance. And let me just kind of pitch why. So this is a new ordinance, and I'm not proposing we sign it today. This is just discussion. We would put it up for a public hearing if you think that's appropriate. Okay, so let me start at the very beginning, and let me know if I go astray. So Utah is one of like 9 states in the country that is open range. You have no legal obligation to enclose livestock so long as they're branded. So if livestock is branded, they are not considered stray, or estray is how the statute. Okay. So what we're talking here, though, is about liability for when those cattle cause damage to private property. And we're also not talking about vehicles. That's a totally separate analysis and discussion, and that's handled by state statute and case law. So we're talking about, just picture that a rancher's cow walks into somebody's backyard and eats a bush. So that's what we're talking about. Who pays for the bush? So here we brought you each a copy.
So, did the cow knock the fence down?
There's no fence. Just walked right in.
Well, how's the cow gonna know not to go in there then?
It's just a question of who's going to pay for the bush. So let me start with
Is it
this.
a noxious weed? What kind of bush is this?
I'm just trying to get through this with my head on. Okay, so let me start you with this statute that I marked up for you. And start at the bottom. Don't start reading at the top. Start with 425-205, okay? And subsection 1. And before we begin reading it, do you see the part that I put in green? Notice that is, it's kind of a parenthetical with commas on both sides. So we're gonna read it once without reading that. It says, "The owner of any cattle, horse, ass, mule, sheep, goat, or swine that trespasses upon the premises of another," then skip to the end of the green, "is liable in a civil action to the owner or occupant of the premises for any damage inflicted by the trespass." That's the default. So, the default is always that the livestock owner pays for damages when their livestock wander onto other people's property. But then read in the green exception, which is except in cases where the premises are not enclosed by a lawful fence in a county or municipality that has adopted a fencing ordinance. They wrote it really hard. It's a double negative. But what they're saying here is the general rule that the livestock owner pays for damages does not apply in cases where a county has enacted a fencing ordinance and if the owner did not put up the fence required. Does that make sense?
So it almost seems like a fence in.
So we call fence in, fence out. So the default is always fence in. Unless the county has enacted a fencing ordinance. Okay, so then you go up to the statute above, which is 4-25-204. Okay. Subsection 1. The county legislative body may, by ordinance, declare and enforce a general policy within the county for the fencing of farms, subdivisions, or other private property to allow domestic animals to graze without trespassing on farms, subdivisions, or other private property. So, the county by ordinance can switch and make any portion of the county or all of the county fence out. Subsection 2. If an ordinance is adopted under subsection 1, the county legislative body shall, through ordinance, declare and specify what constitutes a lawful fence. So we have to define what is a lawful fence. And county may divide the county into divisions and prescribe different fencing regulations for each division. So it can have different areas in the county. Right now, so absent any legislation, a county is always fence in, where the burden is on the livestock owner to keep their property, their livestock off of private property. But you can flip sections to be fenced out through an ordinance, and the ordinance has to define what constitutes a lawful fence. If you do have a lawful fence, or if you do have a fencing ordinance and livestock, for instance, walks onto that backyard with no fence and eats the bush, the livestock owner is not liable unless the landowner had put up the lawful fence. So now, does that all make sense?
Unless the landowner had put up the fence and the animals have made it through, or
somehow got through the lawful
Okay.
fence. Doesn't seem likely, but okay. And lastly, if you go back to 4-25-205, subsection 3, there's one other rule, which says, notwithstanding subsections 1 and 2, so ignoring fencing ordinances or legislation, the owner of any cattle, horse, ass, mule, sheep, goat, or swine that trespasses on the premises of another is not liable in a civil action to the owner or occupant of the premises for damage inflicted by the trespass if A, the animal enters the premises from a historic livestock trail and the premise that was trespassed against was not enclosed by, and here notice it says adequate fence, because there doesn't have to be a fencing ordinance defining a lawful fence. If you live next to a historic livestock trail, you always have to fence out with adequate fencing. Okay, so today so if you're next to a historic livestock trail, you are always fence out. Everywhere else, absent legislation from the county, it's fence in. Those are the defaults. Any questions about that? Bill, did I state that right?
Mhm.
Okay. So then you go to the county's legislation. You can tell how old based on the size of that paper.
some typewriter paper.
It's pretty amazing. This is one of 2 copies in existence, and you have the other copy. So back in 1987, ordinance 18-2, the county enacted a fence out ordinance. So they defined a lawful fence and they switched the county to be fence out, the whole county. You can read their definition of lawful fence, how many poles and slabs and wires and things it has to have. And so beginning 1987, Rich County was fence out. Keep in mind, this is one of 2 copies in existence, and it is marked repealed March 13th, 1991. So then we go to the minutes of March 13th, 1991. A discussion was held concerning the fence law that was adopted in 1987. Kenneth R. Brown made a motion to repeal that resolution and adopt a new one that has been prepared by attorney George W. Preston. Mr. Francis was unsure of such a move and wanted the matter tabled until the attorney can be involved in the discussion. Tabled. And then we go to the next page of minutes. A motion was passed to approve the February 13, 1991 minutes with the following corrections. In paragraph 11, the following motion did pass. A motion was made by Blair R. Francis, seconded by Kenneth R. Brown, and unanimously passed to repeal the fence law that was adopted September 2nd, 1987 on page 270 in Commission Meeting Book D. And they never, that we can see, got around to replacing it with a fencing ordinance. So my position, the best we can tell, is that we were fence out
for a few years.
For 4 years, but since 1991, we have been fence in, which is the statutory default, which I don't think makes any sense for Rich County, given our geography and kind of makeup of the community.
1991 still seems like it was like 10 years ago.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So my proposal is, I think that we should at least have an ordinance making all land outside of towns fence out, at least. And so let me show you a draft.
Is this too far away from a fence out ordinance to include in a fence out ordinance?
So
this section right
that
here.
language there.
Yeah.
So that language would basically say, if you had plot A that's like, I want to graze cows, and the other side said, I don't want any fences, then
it doesn't matter.
Then the
'cause
cows can just walk in there, but they don't. But the cow owner isn't liable for damages. And so what Bill is saying is it would force the landowners to say, well, we do need a fence then, and then they would agree to have it, and they would pay half and half.
Yeah, I get it.
So they kind of work like this. Okay, so let me show you a proposal. Okay, let's just go through from the beginning. So paragraph 1, whereas the Utah Agricultural Code states that a county legislative body may, by ordinance, declare and enforce a general policy. We cite the statutory reference for our authority. Second, whereas each county determines for itself whether landowners or livestock owners have a legal duty to keep domestic livestock from trespassing onto private land. And whereas a county may choose to divide the county into divisions with different duties and regulations. And whereas Rich County is largely a rural county where open range remains an important part of the county's character, and whereas a fence out ordinance in unincorporated Rich County is in the best interests of Rich County. Now therefore, so here you go to definitions. Any fence out ordinance, you have to define what is a lawful fence, and I don't know anything about fences or cows, so I just took a stab. But you all would have to define what is a lawful fence. You're basically setting the bare minimum of fence that would reasonably keep livestock out.
4 strands, not stands.
4 strands, yeah. Okay. We define domestic livestock, just like the statute does. We define historic livestock trail, just like the statute does. And then section 2, this is the meat of the ordinance. The owner of any domestic livestock that trespasses upon the premises of another person is liable in a civil action to the owner or occupant of the premises for any damage inflicted by the trespassing animal. However, the owner of any trespassing domestic livestock is not liable for damages to premises which were not enclosed by a lawful fence. So, the bush owner would have to first, to seek any damages, would have to show that their property was fully enclosed by the bare minimum fence that the county declared to be a lawful fence. 3, applicability applies to all unincorporated areas within Rich County. 4, we just incorporated that thing about the historic livestock trails. And that's it. So it's a very simple ordinance, but one that would go back to how it was in 1987.
I have gotten multiple calls over the last few years of, are we a fence in or fence out? And it's like, I have no clue. So, this will be helpful.
Okay, I'd make a motion that we put this on the agenda for a public hearing, on our next commission meeting now, April?
Yeah, we're in April, yeah. I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Other than the typo, 4 strands,
Do we need to put fence out in the title somehow? Just for like,
I'd like to talk, I'd like to mention too before we vote. I like the whole thing, other than we're starting out, I wished we could start out that I don't know.
what language don't you like?
I wish the owner of the trust of this livestock is not liable for damage on premises which are not enclosed by a legal fence. I want that above that other one.
Okay. Just make it more clear.
Make it more clear that the fence is more important than.
Okay. I can rewrite that.
Oh,
Right now
that'd be
it's
great.
written with the,
Yeah.
we can switch.
Cause that question, that paragraph up there saying that cow was in trouble, that's her fault and da 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 da. Oh, however, I guess the owner, I want this above that and.
Make it more clear that the owner of the trespass is not liable for damages in which it was not enclosed by a fence.
Right.
Okay. I'll write that stronger to make the,
Before the other one. Yeah.
okay. What do you think about the, so again, the defining lawful fence, there's 10 million kinds of fences, but we just want to set the bare minimum where you could have had that fence.
I think you pretty much covered it.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
The only question I got, and I like it, is it must be at least 5 feet. In some particular areas, because of wildlife, they basically, it's not 5 feet, it's only 4.5, 40, it's 50 inches is what it is. So if you're building a fence for between on federal ground, they won't allow you to build any more than 50 inches for wildlife safety purposes.
Okay.
I don't, 5 feet is fine, it's just,
I just pulled that out of the air.
yeah.
is 4 feet tall enough?
No, 4 feet's not quite, that's why they went ahead and went to 50 to 52 inches.
So should we change that to 50 inches?
I don't know, what's your thoughts on that?
Probably. Cause like you say, federal and some of them, it won't pass.
Yeah, at 5 feet, they'll make you take the top wire off.
Okay.
And the majority of the time, the cows, particularly cows, will not,
Let's maybe start with the first. If I tried to divide it between like barbed wire, solid. So if
Yeah.
you go barbed wire, what's typical? How many strands are you putting in?
Usually 4 or
minimum
5.
minimum of 4.
4 strands
Yeah,
is reasonable.
A good one's got 5 or 6.
Well, it does, but
And what about, are people familiar with how long a rod is? Is that a term that ranchers use?
ranchers, but a subdivision owner, no, has no idea.
How far is a rod, do you know?
Yeah,
I just got it off of our old,
you don't know how long the rod
I'd have to Google.
Good luck.
You'd be shocked at the ranching things, I don't
is.
know.
I think it's 16.5 feet.
16.5?
Yep.
16.5, okay.
Random measurement. That's a weird measurement.
So
I think it's a,
the interesting thing is everything that was surveyed and anything that was measured by a chain that was 16.5 feet long and by rods. So if you, a lot of the old deeds will say so many rods this way, the property descriptions are so many rods this way and so many rods that way.
Is that why a semi-truck's 53 feet? 2 rods.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
Well, oh wait, the math is way off.
Just a little.
3 rods, maybe? No. Alright, you wanna use rod, you wanna say 16 feet?
So 2 rods is 24 feet, and that was, for some reason, but the change they had, that they literally measured everything was 12.5 feet.
Okay.
Do you wanna leave rod, or do you wanna
Rod's
say?
fine,
Okay, now how about this, it says, and one stay.
and put in parentheses 12.5 feet,
You said 16 and a half.
or 16.5, sorry, yeah.
16.5 feet.
At least.
And
My
one
build a fence, it's
stay,
about 8 feet between posts.
Well, yeah,
it says one stay between each post as customary. Anybody know what a stay is?
Yeah.
Is it just
Answer.
doesn't touch the ground?
well, some do, some don't,
It's not required to touch the ground,
yeah.
okay. Okay, so are you comfortable then with that definition if they use a barbed wire fence?
Yeah,
Then we go to the second one, which are chain link, wood, vinyl, or other solid material fences, that they be at least 50 inches.
yeah, let's go 50 inches.
I mean, can a horse jump a 50-inch fence?
Yeah, if you wanted to, but
But they
they won't.
they can jump a 5-foot fence if they want, so.
All right. With no posts greater than 10 feet apart, is that reasonable?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably on
If you're talking solid
Yeah.
materials, and securely built so as to reasonably be expected to confine domestic livestock. A lawful fence should be reasonably maintained without gaps or openings where domestic livestock might foreseeably be able to pass. So I guess the only kind of fence that's not, because we have solid material and then we have barbed wire. What about like a log, you know, where they have the
Buck pole.
tent pole log fences? Does that reasonably keep livestock in? Or in this case, out?
Yeah.
Do cows get through those?
not if they're built right. Maybe back up here where posts of every rod or 12, a minimum or a maximum distance of make those maximum distances.
Yeah.
That they can't, put a post in every 30 feet
So make it clear that it's a
Yeah,
maximum.
of 16 and a half feet. And in parentheses, 1 rod or whatever.
Okay.
If I
And
build a fence, they're 10 feet apart.
Is a white vinyl fence reasonably likely to keep livestock out?
The-
Can a cow push through that?
yes, they will.
They can.
They push the barbs right out. So that's an issue, and that's the thing about these, these decorative fences, particularly these vinyl fences. A lot of them will be 3 rails that they put in.
They'll
And-
reach over them to graze on the other side and plop.
It just pushes the bars out.
We're talking white vinyl fences?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you consider anything made of vinyl to be a lawful fence? Like my,
Well, there's some solid vinyl ones, if they're solid, so they can't reach through, they seem to be okay. But I've got two different places in Garden City that has got white vinyl and the cows reach through because the bars are, 16 inches apart. They reach through and those bars are just in between the posts and they have a give and it just pops them right out.
vinyl fences where I live also get destroyed by the wind constantly.
Especially the solid ones down there, yeah. I
You
get
might,
that.
might ought to put vinyl fences aren't considered a fence.
A lawful fence.
A lawful fence,
I mean, if you have a yard and there's cows on the other side and you do not want cows coming through, maybe a solid vinyl fence isn't a good pick.
Yeah.
Run an
What do
electric
you think?
wire around the top of it or something.
For a vinyl fence for livestock?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a very good idea.
What if we took vinyl out of the definition of solid fences and just specifically said, solid vinyl, or vinyl fences?
Just put chain link, wood, and, we've got other solid material fence, at least 5 feet. That's the thing, anymore, people are, they want a decorative fence for their backyard, but, on the other side of that fence is gonna be livestock, so it creates an issue.
What if I say chain link, wood, stone, or instead of or other solid material fence, and just say wood, stone, or metal?
Yeah, you could put metal.
Like those ones have metal slats.
Yeah. If
And
we do
just leave
vinyl, they're gonna come through that'll be the fence that animals get through.
And it's one of the more economical fences, and it's, if they put 4 bars, it's a little better, but nine times out of 10, they just put 3 bars because it's decorative. And it's kind of like, well, I got a fence up and your cows got through it, and it's I got a fence and you tried to,
Well, they try to rub up on it.
My
just-
whole neighborhood is white vinyl, and if we get a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust,
Yeah, but you don't have cows.
they all just pop right out.
Yeah.
I would
And-
put in parentheses, vinyl fences aren't included in that.
Not considered a lawful fence, put it that way.
Oh, man.
Okay,
That just open the door, vinyl fences open the door to lawsuits,
Well, because it's kind of like, well, I got a fence.
but that's not a fence.
well, and half the damage would be the fence, because they're expensive. White vinyl
Yeah.
fence, when that gets,
And they'd
they're
want us,
brittle.
they'd want the cow guy to
They
pay for a
shatter.
new fence, new vinyl.
it just, okay, so as a general principle, anything else that
Oh,
I'll make all those changes.
you mentioned, I'm not sure you read it anywhere, but like it's not included in municipalities.
So this one proposes to only apply to unincorporated Rich County. So inside the
So
towns.
in town, we have no jurisdiction in town anyway.
In towns, it would be fence in unless you are adjacent to historic livestock trail, which,
But they could take our ordinance and pass their own if they wanna use this as a template.
Cause I've seen, that's where a lot of cows have been hits in town. And I don't want them to be liable.
In town.
getting hit by cars.
Yeah.
So that's a different issue by state statute. And,
Then,
this is really just
unincorporated.
property damage. Okay. Great. Anything else on that? So I'll rework that, email it to you.
So what about the ones getting hit by cars?
That there's a state statute in the Motor Vehicle Code, Title 41, and it depends on, if you're open range, then the law is that, motor vehicle owners are on notice that they're traveling through land where there could be deer or cows or elk, and so they're on notice for it. And so you have to actually show that, either it wasn't open range, like inside a city or something.
City's not open range.
Do they have to have signs posted, or is it just, it's
You-
open, Utah is open range?
Utah is open range.
So
It
there's-
defines open range by statute.
So
And
everyone
so
is on notice
We
automatically.
put signs up just like public safety,
Yeah.
but the signs
Right.
don't create the open range.
All over the county, there's a picture of cow open range.
If those signs did not exist though, that they're still on notice just by being in Utah.
Mhm.
Okay.
So the premier case in Utah that has hit our Utah Supreme Court on this was basically, there was a livestock gate, the swinging kind that has a latch, and it was, some horses got through it, and they got up onto a public, not a highway, but a public road, and somebody hit it and was seriously injured, and then they sued the owner of the horses, and the case law basically was that to win, they would have to show that not only was it open range, but that the horse owner was in some way negligent. And just having animals roaming free on open range is not negligent, because you are allowed to do that. So all of our signs in the county are just like our deer signs. It's a great idea to alert and avoid collisions, but statute creates open range. So,
If they're inside of town, is that still considered open range?
could be, I didn't bring the statute with me, but it basically depends on what borders the road.
What is open range?
What borders the road. So if the road is curbs on it, then you're likely not open range.
But if it's a state highway, it's open range probably.
Yeah.
Like in Lake, passing through Lake Town
Um,
by D's.
I
and-
can't picture what that looks like, but if it has, if the road is bounded on the sides by buildings or curbs, then it's not open range, which is why cities are not open range, because it's hard to get. But these stretches of road, where there's no curbs, there's no
That's good to know.
drivers are on notice. Okay, great.
So, I just will, again, second Bill's motion to put this on the agenda for April.
Okay, moving second that we put this on the agenda and have a public hearing prior to that,
We'll just have a public hearing,
public hearing.
and then we can decide after the public hearing to adopt it.
All in
Okay.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Is it a 2-week notice?
I'll email you what it is again. Did Becky leave you notes on where to put them up, the notices?
I do know where to put them up, yeah.
Okay. I usually email her notices, and then I'll look and remind myself how long. Okay. Do you, having considered that, do you want to make any decision on what you want to do with the agricultural land fencing ordinance?
Could we repeal it after we enact this one,
You could
just on the agenda?
put it
If
on the
you-
agenda next time.
I'd like to leave it in. I mean, there's a lot,
But now it could be used against ranchers, if a landowner's like, I want a fence here, and the rancher's like, I don't want a fence here, you're
Then
gonna
you
have to pay,
half the
you're gonna have to pay
fence.
for half of it, or it's a fence out anyway.
Section 3 makes an unwilling
That's
person
true.
pay for a fence he doesn't want, which, I just can't find any, basis for that outside of our ordinance. So, you wanna just notice it up again next month,
I would, yeah, can we make a motion to put that on the
or
agenda?
just table it?
Yeah, let's table it. I make a motion that we table it until next month's agenda.
Second,
Do you want me to notice it up as a potential repeal, so it's a public hearing?
I would like, but I'm not sure that's what Bill's motion was, maybe just discussion.
Either way, doesn't matter.
Okay, got a motion is to table it till next month, and a second, all in
Yes.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Just tabled for discussion.
Yeah.
Cause there may be people that come in for that public hearing that wanna talk about that.
You would not be able to repeal it outside of a public hearing. Do you wanna notice it up for a public hearing?
Yeah, go ahead. I think so.
I think that's probably the best idea, cause they'll be here for this fence ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So not tabled as a discussion, but as a note. Table.
Table to next commission meeting for public hearing.
Okay, so I'll set that, I'll notice that for public hearing too. Okay. Great. The next, Annalisa, what's our next item?
Aging.
Aging, okay. So, this is just me clearing out the dregs of that list of what we had. And I found one that, I just don't know what to do with it, so I figured we might as well just talk about it. So it's a 1979 ordinance creating a council, a Rich County Council on Aging. And, it looks fine as long as it does what the commission still wants it to do.
Council on Aging.
So there's a couple of things that have changed. So the purpose of this ordinance was to create the Council of Aging, to have it as a tool to draw down the Older Americans Act money. And so the council, in section 3, it says the Council of Aging consists of regular voting members representing different groups or agencies, public or private, associated with services of Older Americans Act, such as family services, health, education, community action, community services, churches, extension office, and at least 2 members being lay citizens past the age of 64. Ex officio members without vote shall be the director, supervisor of the Senior Citizens Program and the presidents of the representative senior citizens clubs. Voting members shall be appointed by the county commission, and appointments shall be made to be effective June 1st of each year. Vacancy appointments will be for the balance in the term for which it appointed. So the Council of Aging, the area aging has formed their own Council of Aging, consisted of the 3 counties, and those 3 counties each have members on this Council of Aging. So they went from a county level Council of Aging to actually an area agency aging of Cache and Rich and Box Elder counties. That was kind of spelled out by the Older Americans Act, and at that point in time, and it's within the area, the Association of Governments. So
Do we want to just leave it on the books?
Do we?
yeah, I mean, probably for right now. And the reason I say that is because I think probably within the next, depending on what happens, but the Older Americans Act is under review right now, and if that all completely changes, then that will change this whole dynamic of our Council of Aging. It will probably be its own, it'll probably come underneath the county as a department versus its own standalone organization. So let's see what happens on this for the next, because like I said, the Older Americans Act right now is under revision, and there's some changes coming down the pipe, and it will make some changes through the whole process. But
Having it on the books doesn't mean that we have to fund it right now or make the appointments right now. It would just sit there unused, which is fine. Any other thoughts, John, about that?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't taken the time to really understand Bill does a good job about this, but if you say there's changes coming, then we ought to just sit on it for a second.
Well, yeah, and I don't know, you know, I don't know, like I said, and it's been, I don't know, how long Norm was on it, they changed the individual councils, to the AOG council, and so, those are all, I mean, the commission suggests people to be on the council, but, the council is actually run by the AOG, so, and they give direction to each of the directors as to, you know, what money's available and what programs you have to administer, and they do those things, so.
Okay, great, that's easy.
Anyway.
All right, last one. This is our
To purchase a business license.
this is our business license ordinance. This is the current license. So this is a 1982 ordinance that the county has requiring business licenses. This is just a general business license. Previously, we've talked about short-term rental, and we've talked about alcohol sales, and this is just your general business license. So there's a relevant statute that controls this. In Title 17 of the Utah State Code, it defines a business to mean any enterprise carried on for the purpose of gain or economic profit, except for the acts of employees rendering services to employers. And it states that the legislative body of a county may, by ordinance, provide for the licensing of a business within the unincorporated areas of the county for the purpose of regulation, and may impose fees on businesses to recover the county's costs of regulation. So that's the statutory authority. It tells us that we have to have uniform license fees. You can't have them be different based on the type of business, and that we cannot require a license for businesses that operate only occasionally by someone who's under 18, or for home-based businesses where the off-site impact is not large. So like your daycares and your preschools, your Etsy shops and things like that. We also can't we can't require a business license for food trucks as long as they are licensed in some municipality. And we can't require them for general contractors who are licensed in some other county or municipality. So if you're building a home here and you hold a business license in Salt Lake, that's all you need. Okay. And then it tells us that when someone obtains a business license, the county shall transmit the information to the county assessor within 60 days. Any trades can't be required to have a business license if they're licensed. Oh no, that's not true. Okay. All right. So our ordinance is has done pretty well for being 41 years old. I went through it with a fine-tooth comb, and I saw just a couple places where it was out of date based on changes to state code. And then while we're making any changes, I thought we would at least put it in the kind of standard format that we've been doing. So let me show you an ordinance that I have proposed as an amendment. Good job. Okay, so this proposal, the whereases, it cites our statutory authority for doing this. It defines business using the same definition that state code does. And it simply, this is the meat of the ordinance, section 2. Any business operating in unincorporated Rich County shall first obtain and hold at all times a current business license issued by the county. Section 3, our old ordinance didn't include these, and I think they're required by statute. So the exemptions, again, occasional businesses by minors, home-based businesses without much off-site impact, and other businesses specifically exempted elsewhere by law, like general contractors, food trucks. There's several others. Section 4.
Is agriculture included in that?
Let's see.
Up there in section
Those
one, it
are the
said it's
questions
not.
my office gets.
Yeah, so
Oh.
we've had some questions lately why
Yeah.
ranches don't need a business license or agricultural
Mm-hmm.
activities.
And I believe it is in
Business.
state code.
Section 1 says it isn't.
Well,
Except for acts of employees rendering service to employee businesses does not include agricultural activities.
Yeah, I believe that I got that definition from
Yeah,
state
I
code
think,
somewhere.
I think it's out of state code.
The agricultural, and the Y, I guess, is just, they have good lobby.
They're exempt from everything.
Hey, what?
Like, they're exempt from everything, right? I'm just kidding.
You have to make money in a business, and
I'm not sure that was,
agriculture's
can
not
you,
making-
can you say that a little louder?
It's great.
Yeah. Okay. There are a lot of exemptions throughout the code of people who do and don't need business licenses, and I'm pretty sure I saw that agriculture activity, which is why I put it there.
So,
I would have just pulled that out of the air.
yeah, so, this is good, the exemptions, a business operated only occasionally and by an individual under 18 years of age. So, would that apply to someone that's 14 that just mows lawns during the summer?
I mean, we don't define only occasionally. That's a term I got from state code. I certainly would not be enthusiastic to crack down on that kid.
Well, I'm just curious, cause I've been asked that, you know, if my kid wants to mow lawns, has he gotta come get a business license? And
He's probably not working 40 hours a week,
Sure
and
he's
he's
not.
definitely not working year round. So I'd say he's probably working, part-time just in the mowing season. I think the intention for the legislature was to exclude lemonade stands and bake sales and
No, if it's a
Snow
lemonade
cone.
stand, we need him to get a health department inspection.
do we?
that's another story, but we'll,
Snow cone shacks and things that kids are
Yeah.
doing. We're not overly regulating them. Are people getting business licenses from us now?
Yes, my question is, they're not all at the same rate, and,
What rates are they different at?
well, I'm,
home-based versus outside,
is that what it is?
yeah.
And then I don't know that I knew that everything needs to be to the assessor, so we'll make sure to get her a list.
So,
That's just for personal property,
how have we been doing different rates for home-based? Cause our ordinance just says $50 for a 6-month license, $100 for a year license with no exceptions.
Well, so that defines it right there. So does that say $50 for 6 months?
For a 6-month business license.
I'm not sure the rates, I'm not sure when they changed those rates, but the rates are 25 for a home-based business, someone that just is in their home and does like accounting and if it's an outside business, it's $50.
So, I think under state law, we would not be able to charge a fee. It says a county may not charge a license fee, so I guess we could still require a business license, we just can't be attached to a fee for a home-based business unless the combined off-site impact of the home-based business and the primary residential use materially exceeds the off-site impact of the primary resident use alone. So if use of the home just in living it is X plus the accounting would have to materially exceed in off-site impact, which a home-based accounting business,
I'm still not getting that.
it's written really bad.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you live in a home as a residential and you have off-site impact just as a residence, you call that X. And then the
Offsite impact.
offsite impact would have to, we
What-
call Y, and Y would have to
What's off-
materially.
Yeah, what the heck is offsite
What's
impact?
what's offsite impact? What would that be?
Maybe you're running the kindergarten and there's a line of cars coming and going.
Or maybe like my business, we don't have an office, but we do have towers. You know, so we're a home-based business. That our offsite impact are actual physical towers, but there's nobody working there. I don't know. See, I'm getting confused.
It's not written very well, but this is the language that we can't require a fee for a business license if the combined off-site impact of the primary residence plus the home-based business materially exceeds off-site impact of a primary residence use alone. Basically,
So if they're doing a lot of like shipping out of their home and things like that, that would be more impact than a normal residence.
I guess if it materially exceeds a normal residence. So you take the shipping a normal residence does, subtract it from home-based shipping, and
Yeah,
have
that
to
seems
be,
kind of hard. So basically, we probably shouldn't be charging for home-based businesses.
my wife for 10 years ran a preschool out of our home where she taught 8 kids, and I paid for a business license for 10 years, and as soon as I read that, I was like, Farmington owes me all my money back, because we had no off-site impact,
Yeah.
and they billed us for 10 years.
You did. You had all those cars driving into your driveway every morning.
It's like, most of the kids would walk.
That's
I mean, it's a
on-site
neighborhood
impact.
preschool.
They were walking unaccompanied.
I still think I should have not paid, but don't bring that up here.
Well, see, they
Anyway,
were
so-
doing it, and that's one of the. I mean, it's been something that's and it's great we're reviewing these because unfortunately our ordinances get put into place, and then laws get changed every dang year, and keeping up the laws with our ordinances is.
Sure, and I know there's been a recent move to move away from regulating kids and home-based businesses, and that's probably a recent change. But the one I proposed here would exempt, I don't see any reason to require a business license for a home-based business if you're not gonna charge a fee. I mean, what are you doing?
Okay, so
Unless,
I'm generating my entire income by having a home-based business by doing whatever it may be. Let's say it's medical records type thing, and I have a name. I pay the state because I'm a legitimate business, and I file the tax forms because I charge taxes. So is that not? That's a home-based business.
I think under that scenario,
But it's
where
offsite.
you didn't describe any offsite impact, I think that you could not charge a fee.
That's the things I still don't understand what offsite impact is. So.
It doesn't define it.
Like, there's no example of what an offsite impact, just to help my squishy brain understand what's going on.
I mean, just kind of like grasping at possibilities, traffic coming and going, parking.
Semis.
But why is that called
Unloading.
offsite impact? That'd be on-site, right?
Well, I mean, it's technically offsite your property. You're affecting your neighbors in a way.
Okay.
But yeah, there's no statutory definition of the word impact. We know what materially means, but the impact is not defined. So that is the thing about the kids and the thing about home-based business. And our current ordinance didn't have any exemptions, which are now, there's exemptions all over the code. The ones I found with just a couple hours research were, like, you go to the food truck code, and they're exempt. But to know that, you'd have to go to the food truck code. And same thing with general contractors. So,
Because there's already stringent licensing to become those types of things, like
they
trades.
are
and-
licensed by Doppel, and there has to be, they have to have a business license out of a county. So if you have a food truck, maybe you're licensed in Salt Lake County, and then they do all the,
And that's a problem because they pay the sales tax there, right? That's another one of those things that people
food
bring up.
trucks have a lot of,
They have a lot of impact.
a big lobby for them, yeah.
Okay, well, we won't get into that.
So, anyway, this is just designed to be a simple ordinance. I think that it does, you can set the fee at whatever, I just put in exactly what it was in 1982. There certainly has been inflation, but we definitely can't tier them based on, it's just a business license costs X number of dollars.
And we've just been making up that $25 and $50.
It's not in our ordinance,
Well, not that we know
yeah.
of. That obviously was set somewhere along the
Yeah,
So, who needs to get a business license then? Anybody?
every person who does not fall within an exemption needs to get a business license.
So basically, you're penalized by having a building.
You're penalized $100 a year. And for that, I mean,
What about the guy we gave a business license this morning?
Home base.
Well, but he's a landscaper, so he has offsite impact, right?
he has huge offsite impact. I mean, all of his impact is offsite.
Yeah, same thing with like the internet. I install in people's homes, offsite impact. But he would have been 6 months out of the year, probably.
I mean, you have like all these moms that do like Etsy shops, right? And they drive their packages to the post office and ship them off. I mean, what's their offsite impact?
Okay, trucking businesses, like, let's say you're in an agricultural area where you have a lot of semis anyway. What's your offsite impact for hauling out of state, really? You're not even staying in the area, that's just your home base.
I mean, if you have trucks driving on the roads, I think that's impact. So, anyway,
Which, there's nothing we can do about that. That's state statute. We're
it's the
just gonna
state
have to figure
statute,
that
that
out.
language,
case by
I don't know
case.
how to define it for you.
Yeah.
I didn't make up any rule here, I just kept what we had and amended it to, state code. And, do we give out a lot of 6-month business licenses?
I don't believe so, I
No,
believe
they're
ours are
year-
annual.
they're-
I shouldn't look at you, you
I
haven't
know,
been here for
I'm
6
like,
months.
They're all
I
in
haven't
home or
seen
out of
one.
home license.
In home, out of home.
They're all for a year, and they have to renew them, and
Sure.
there's a bill sent every year or two for renewal. Some pay, some don't.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you could put something on the form like, if you feel like you don't have any offsite impacts, check this box and notice it up, or, I don't know.
Well, they're gonna have no idea how to define offsite impact either.
Yeah. You'll have to go.
I get what you're saying though.
I mean, it's usually an exemption that someone has to claim, right? Food trucks that are based out of here have to have a business license,
Yeah.
unless they're based somewhere else also. General contractors who are based here have to be,
Do we have any general contractor business license?
Oh yeah, several.
and so if their base is here, now they might be doing work in, building homes in Cache County, and they wouldn't need to have a business license there,
Yeah.
because they have it here with us.
Okay, do we need a motion to public hear this?
Yeah, if you wanna change it, so again, it's a nice little ordinance, it almost makes it, the two places it fails is it doesn't have an exemption for kids, it doesn't have any exemptions, and, it doesn't require applications that are approved to be sent to the assessor's office. And, otherwise, it nearly is still fine. You could look at are you comfortable still with $100 a year?
Well, we haven't been charging that for a long time, so that's probably what we need to talk about.
We were paying Farmington about $100 a year.
Because as of right now, that would be a rate increase for everybody.
No, it wouldn't.
Well, we're not charging anybody $100. The max is 50 right now.
Right.
Oh, really?
Per year,
Yeah.
yeah.
You could go down to 50.
That may be
You
what
can
we
set-
want to do rather
It's
than.
not set by statute. You can do. We should have been charging, unless there's some amendment to this that I haven't found, or a resolution maybe that changed it down. That was lost to history. It should have been $100 per year.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if we're ready to put it up for notice yet until we figure out if we want to charge the 100, because then everybody's rate would double when we send out notices.
Yeah, we don't really need to do that.
You want to just keep it at 50?
50 and 25. Do you guys want to do that?
Yeah.
Do you want to?
It's not like
We don't wanna do the 6 month. It's either a year or not.
Yeah.
There's no, as cheap as it is, it's either a year or not.
So should we just do a
And I think
$50?
I think we just, at this year, we stay at $50 because that's the max. And I don't know what you're gonna do with the home-based businesses, because I guess we just exempt them and forget about them and just pretend they don't
If
exist.
they apply for an exemption, I mean, they know their own. Everyone's aware of the law, theoretically, and if they claim an exemption, then we can look at exemptions.
Yeah, but one of the things is we're gonna have them come in here, so we tell them, no, sorry, you don't even need one.
Are they coming in right now to get business licenses?
Yeah.
Or is it just happening through the clerks?
No, we just had a business
Everybody comes
license
in?
today, yeah.
Okay.
Do they even need to come in?
No. It can be done through the clerk's office.
Well, we required them to come in because we wanted to see
Approve them.
just exactly what the impacts were, number one, because we had businesses who were doing home-based businesses that it was a preschool, and when the kids brought their kids to the preschool, they stayed there, and there was all of a sudden 25 cars in the neighborhood.
So.
And we had neighbors complaining that this lady was doing a preschool and everybody was parking in their driveways and plugging the streets up.
So what we could do is we could say, we could absolutely do that. Have them, they file it with the clerk sets it on the calendar, and they talk about it here. You could do that for renewals too, or for renewals, you could say that it could just be handled through the clerks.
Well, that's what we're doing it now. It's
So
for renewals.
initials through here, renewals through the clerk.
That's what we've been doing.
Okay.
But, I mean, I would say half of them are home-based businesses. So at this point in time, what do we tell them?
I would
You
say
don't need one?
Annalise is probably going to need to be the gatekeeper on that as they fill it out.
Like, I think
They won't have to.
what do you think about 100% of applications for initial applications come to you and then they come and present their issue to the board?
That's the way it is right now.
And one of the topics you'll discuss is offsite impact. And if someone comes before you and it's like, looks like you have no offsite impact, like an accountant who does nothing but typing on a computer all day, then you might just say, we don't think you need a business license. Or like in the preschool, then you can make agreements to mitigate.
So they need a business license with the state, but they don't need a business license from the county.
Yeah. So the one you described, where the parking is a huge issue, that one, I think you would say you are disrupting your neighbors way more than just a family that lives there. And so you do need a business license.
That's crazy that you just said that, Bill. So the state still gets to collect the money off of these people, but the county doesn't. Off these businesses.
Well, I mean, the statute just says, the county may by ordinance provide, for the licensing of businesses in unincorporated areas of the county, except for the exemptions. So
Okay.
that's what we get. So what if I rewrite this so that initial 100% come here? They file with the clerk. Clerk notices it up. And the commission approves or denies.
Yeah. I mean, it helps the businesses too. I like to be able to refer people to new businesses that are coming in. Helps just knowing what's here and what isn't.
And things like that, you know, you probably made an agreement with that lady that she would do certain things to mitigate parking or something. Or you could.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you try to get ahead of these by when somebody says, well, I just want to have a preschool. I mean, at that point in time, it's kind of like, okay, what's your plan for parking, for, you know, whatever it may be. I mean, you know, another home-based business was having stuff delivered by a semi, you know, twice a week to the front of their house at 2 o'clock in the morning. The neighbors were complaining about the fact of 2 o'clock in the morning, this semi showed up in front of their house, and so they're, you know, those kind of things need to be addressed.
Okay, great.
The other thing is, we want to have the opportunity to make sure that as businesses go into place, that they have liability insurance to cover their business when they're doing things that, you know, I mean, for example, we had a detailer, and you know, he had no idea he needed liability insurance, and it's kind of like, well, you go to work on somebody's car and you take the paint off their car, those people are going to sue you. You know, you got to have some places. Number one, we want to protect the consumer, and also we want to protect the business owner. So you got to, in my mind, maybe I'm way off track here, but.
Okay. So 100% will still come here. I'll change that. Renewals are okay to be done by the clerk. We'll get rid of the 6-month option. We'll make the 1-year option still $50. And that's it. Any other thoughts about that ordinance? Okay.
I'm still going to wrestle with the off-site impact thing. And that's what it is.
Okay.
That's a great thing to bring before one of the legislators and get that changed.
So that is our last batch. I'll notice this up for 3 public hearings because we're going to leave the aging the same, and then we're done.
Yeah, we can review that.
Let's make a motion on that one.
Which one?
Oh, the public hearing
On the business license?
Business license.
I would make a motion.
I second it.
Move and second that we public notice, and talk about business licenses purchased next month. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
as a public hearing.
As a public hearing.
Great. And then next month, we're done with this project, and I'd really like to get all these good new ordinances on our website. Are you guys okay if I put an agenda item next month to talk about that?
Yep.
Okay, and you did some research, right, John?
Yep, ready to go.
Is it one where we can just take PDFs?
Yeah.
Cause I don't wanna have to type these things out.
Yep.
So if we gave a company a bunch of PDFs, they can just take care of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You okay with that, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't wanna, this is a good question to ask the attorney, but anything that's going up on our website, does it need to be ADA or accept,
ADA compliant, like for deaf
yes,
people?
ADA compliant, so that people,
Closed captioned?
No, not closed caption. but-
Like with
So
noise.
when you're listening to it, and so a PDF has to have the metadata to read it correctly.
Oh, is there some requirement about that? I haven't,
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
don't know that.
I see a ton of-
But I had a sales pitch on that, a whole presentation, it's like a federal.
I don't think we're at that point yet, but it
um,
may happen, but.
I don't know, I see a lot of PDFs on government websites. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, I'll just put up a 15-minute agenda item next month where we can talk about the process of how to get these online. What
Okay.
do you want that to look like?
Yeah.
And maybe, John, if you can
Yeah, I'll come
be
prepared.
prepared to talk about what you've researched.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thanks.
All right. Thanks for your help and,
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
yeah, appreciate it. That's it, huh?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, see you guys.
Hey, you're awesome. I'll see you.
Did you drive your electric car up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. There's some snow blowing across the road, so I might have to call you guys.
Yeah, give us a call.
I'll try, well, no, I won't try
See you
to.
later.
See
Alright,
ya,
see ya,
thanks,
thanks.
man.
All right, that's all on the agenda.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Move second, we adjourn. All in favor?
All right.
All right.
Any opposed? Nobody opposed that.